This looks like Jake. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. We'll be getting back to leveling tonight. No raids or other content that has to be done, so we can push some serious leveling time in this evening. Got Nell back with me today, so I'm going to go ahead and switch us over to the stream together.
Hello, everybody. I think that came through. Yeah, looks like it did.
Yeah.
You trying to be equal? Yeah, you gonna see a little red behind yours?
Do what? Oh, I'm just trying to... maybe lined up a little better.
I'm gonna look for that rear while you're doing that. I don't think this exists.
Well, it can spawn anywhere over here. I think it can actually even spawn on the other side of the road. There's more of these, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
They spawn up there. I think it's like most of the others. It's always up. It's just a question of where it's at currently.
Definitely not on this side. Actually, get myself in a more comfortable position here.
Sweet.
I had to hunch myself today. A lot of game playing to be hunched.
Yeah, we haven't been going that long today. We stayed up pretty late last night. Later than usual for me, and
A lot of later than for me.
yeah.
A lot later.
Yeah, it's something else I was thinking about too. I don't know if you were realizing or not, but next weekend you got to start getting ready for your 7-ons and 7-offs, but that's also when the time goes forward.
Ew.
I'm gonna jump on that time as well.
I gotta go to bed about 2 hours earlier than normal. Just think, soon I'll be 7 on, 7 off. And for 7 days straight we can do nothing but grind and play games. And sounds exciting to me.
Now Thor's really leveling well.
Is he?
33 now.
Holy shit. Look at all these people passing us by.
What happens when you don't get to play the character for a bunch of hours each day? Imagine what it's going to be like once 7-on starts. You'll log out one day and come back and everybody will be 60 and you'll still be 40.
I just gotta hit 60 before then. Let's see. Creeper, Swarmer. Look at all these King's Bloods.
I named one right off over here.
Nope.
I want to think it's like a big beat on a...
Yeah, there is nothing over here. There's bruiseweed and a 10 vein.
Yeah, even at 54 skill, I still can't get the 10 vein. Surprise.
Oh. Yeah. Gotta put dash on a different button. I actually need to set up a macro for intercat form dash immediately.
Yeah. Get your dash button.
Does it automatically turn you into cat form?
No. Make a macro that is your dash button that turns you into cat before you hit the dash button. It'll turn you into cat and then dash. Yeah, I'm not seeing this guy over here. Not seeing the big alliance. He's walking around over here either.
Yeah.
It's one of the big negatives about playing on a server that has so many people. There's so few, like you can't choose what layer you're on, so you just get screwed out on a lot of quests and stuff. Yeah, kind of frustrating.
Probably just need to pass this one up though, because we're gonna waste a lot of time just pathing around looking for it.
Yeah, but the problem is if we skip a whole bunch of quests, we're gonna run out of shit to do later. I mean, we're already having to skip like 3. It's like it starts getting pretty tight once you get into the 30s and 40s. We're
Yeah.
not having enough content to mess with.
Well, at that point, we can just run dungeons.
Dungeons aren't really that great when you don't have quests. It's better than just world leveling, but it's not particularly fast.
I'm wondering what he's staring at. The cat's just staring. I think he's staring at the Game of Thrones picture. When you pause it, it just has the picture of the dragon. And he's like,
I don't think we're gonna have a lot of choice here.
nope. Nothing, kind of pathing around the inside of it. There's nothing around here.
Yeah.
There's a reason to put some points into feral just to make myself a little faster while stealthing. Nothing on this side at all.
Yep. We'll follow the trail to the north and see if we can find the alliance group. And in 1,000 needles if we can't find anything else.
And there's already a gray quest for the Warsong reports.
Yeah, I dropped that. That's for Ashenvale.
And then Journey to Terran Mill's already gray.
Yeah. Kinda wish we would have attempted killing those alliance guys when we found them before.
They were all red though.
No, they weren't.
Would have been a rough go. I have random mail from somebody in our guild.
Ooh.
Oh, it's Jayla.
Oh, she
I'm not used to all the names.
sent you a bunch of greens for.
Sweet. all the DEs. I'm surprised she remembered, because we haven't had that note up there for a little bit. The note's been to send everything over to Kaz.
Actually, the note is... for
Oh, it is now, okay.
days.
And nobody's fucking joining.
It's not true. Several people have joined since I posted it. Pretty much the way that I look at it is you post up something like that and the people that are actually interested in paying attention will get in it, and the ones that don't are the ones that you don't have to worry about finding a raid spot for.
That's true. Didn't they follow the road at some point?
Yeah, back a little ways. They actually spawn up here, but I'm not positive.
I'll check the other side of the road. I know we caught them over here last time.
I'm just following the path that they walked. They're here, we'll find them.
Oh, you're actually on the road with their for the path? Okay. I don't see that part. We saw them over here. Maybe somebody already murdered them.
Yeah, I don't even know what their spawn time is, so... hard to tell. They go around this mountain.
Crazy, I don't see that. I don't see the path.
Busty.
Uh-huh.
It's yellow, so it's very difficult to see.
That doesn't even show it for me.
Yellow works well for a lot of the other zones, but not this one.
Catch me a graveler.
Eh.
Yay, I actually caught it. Look at all these Pokemans I'm catching. Thank you.
I don't know where it came from, but
I'm okay with that.
not useful to me.
I can utilize it in alchemy later. I am now level 7 alchemist. Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll head back down the road and double back and find them. Then we'll just keep going.
Okay. Yeah, our Oni buff's gonna run out soon. Spent most of the time doing other things. need to make that macro.
Which macro? One for cat form.
Uh-huh.
I have a couple written for Season of Discovery for form shifting, but I don't remember how it's done because it's the only ones I ever made. To look it up, I don't normally play Druid.
Alright. I potentially found one.
2 paths here.
Oh. Did we check this direction? What's the other one?
Across the road.
Yeah. This kind of works. It doesn't use it automatically, so you have to press it twice, but... Icky gnome over there.
Go left around that little mountain there.
Mhm.
This cuts way over to the other side. Won't see them. All the way or left around it.
Yeah, I am. I was avoiding the lizard. Not here.
Keep heading south along towards
Okay.
the road.
I found the wandering Kodos.
Found some.
Found him.
We did? Yeah. Too awful far away.
They're in the road.
Yeah. They're elites too. Ready?
Yeah. Let me give you a buff here. Yeah, form it up, and I'll try and focus fire one of them. Which one?
I'm just getting the front one
The
for the moment.
feather. Okay.
Marcus Bell.
Alright, go after him first. Good.
Probably not gonna have long.
Yep, switching. Lower just. Can you invite him? There we go.
Be fine now.
Yep. Oh, I got nothing out of it.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that when we went to pull them, there should have been 4.
That's lame.
And unfortunately, I don't think they will respawn if all of them aren't dead, so...
Well, that was a waste of time.
Heading down the road and see if the other one pops up. What? I hate how half the time the fucking auto attack just doesn't want to turn on for some reason.
Well, when you do the auto attack thing, it will the not start attack, the one that we've had to switch it to. The start attack will always work, but this other one turns it off and on each time you press it. It's really fucking annoying.
Use a macro for that. Just charge. It's supposed to just turn on attack. Half the time, it doesn't seem to want to do it for some reason.
Weird. I have it enabled in all my stuff, just in case. Or at least in cat form I do.
Go right around this tree. Be there and see if he's...
The quest bob?
Yeah. My guess is somebody found the one that drops the quest. Or found the pile, killed the one that drops the quest, and then ran off. Set them. Or they
What a
died.
dick. Not seeing anything. What's up, Joe?
You know, typical beautiful Saturday. Everyone's acting like they're crazy.
Oh, why was that?
It's an interesting statistic, but there are more accidents when it's sunny and clear outside than on rainy or snowy days.
Not surprising.
Well,
Just
yeah, 'cause
something
all
about
the morons get out and want to go places, so there's just more people.
right. Just something about it being a nice day that drivers want to act like they don't understand how the road works normally.
Yeah, got a level. Oh, the miss chance is ridiculous. I even have plus 2% chance to hit with melee weapons, and I just still fucking whiff constantly.
Oh, you two are leveling quite nicely. 26 already.
Yeah,
Not fast enough.
yeah, we ended up having to spend too much time out yesterday and missed out on some.
It happens.
I got at least one.
this last path up to Camp Ho, and then we'll go south.
Yeah.
There's a Camp Ho.
Camp Ho?
Camp Tara Ho.
Tara Ho.
Bunch of loose cows.
Oh.
Can follow the Alliance pack back to the north. Trails.
Pretty sure the amount of time spent looking for the is not worth the XP.
I don't know. The Alliance is a follow-up quest. It's over 5,000 XP quests. It's of a level right now. 6th level.
Kitty cam.
The biggest issue you're gonna run into is that Classic was never meant to be leveled quickly. It was meant to be something you enjoyed with your friends and stuff.
And I think the biggest issue is they just made the servers too goddamn big, and they don't give you the ability to choose your own layer to be in, so you just get stuck on shitty layers with tons of fucking people, and all the quest mobs are dead.
Uh-huh.
That's my
That's
go ride around the mountain.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there is something to be said about a low population server when you're trying to quest. You don't
But
need to.
it was just
Or-
that servers weren't designed to have this many people on them. Even the number that they determined is, oh, that's a full server, so we'll start another layer. The game was never designed to have that many people in one zone at one time. It's like the spawn rates are not fast enough. They need to hike all of the spawn rates of everything, all of the harvesting nodes, all of it.
Oh, you're
to
preaching
make
to
this
the
legit.
choir. Like, I was trying to kill some elite, and me and like 5 other dudes all grouped together because we were sitting there for like 10 minutes waiting for the guy to respawn.
That way out to the right. Yeah.
Luckily, no one was a pain in the butt about it, because
All the
like
way to the
sometimes
wall.
that happens. They'll be like, I don't want to group with you guys. I just want to tag it for myself. Like, you selfish prick.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be the selfish pricks when it comes to TBC leveling, though, because I want to get ahead of the pack and stay ahead. I don't want a repeat of last time. I started late because I got home late. Wasn't able to take the time off, and it's fucked.
Yep.
I will never repeat that again.
A lot of points where being in the middle of the pack is useful. Leveling in WoW is not one.
Fresh servers opening up, go all in, be cutthroat. I'm talking about like these servers have been up 3 months later and people are still acting that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like at this point, a lot of people are leveling other characters. It's like, yeah, you don't need to be that cutthroat about it, my dude.
I'm actually surprised at the number of people that are trying to group for stuff now. Yeah.
Well, I think I told you one of the reasons.
We're cutting left towards the exclamation.
There, when the servers freshly dropped, a lot of people went to Doomhowl, which is the hardcore server, and then they realized that dying, and then you have to make your character all over again, is not fun.
Yeah,
So
I
they
mean,
all switched here.
I don't think that's something that people just don't seem to understand that about playing WoW. Is it's like when you're playing on a hardcore server, death is inevitable. I mean, it is coming, and it's like putting serious time into a game and playing it the way you've always played it, trying to accumulate this big mass of wealth just to have your character die and then you lose it all. It's like, in my opinion, that's just fucking stupid.
And that server is going into TBC as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So
like you're going into TBC, it's going to go into Wrath. It's like, no one's going to do that shit. Like, you're not going to raid in Wrath and not have deaths.
But that's going to be fascinating for me to see how many people attempt it. Like, all right, it's Karazhan, day 1. Let's go. Oh, we wiped.
The thing I was thinking of is, all right, let's fight Heroic Lich King.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic Lich
Get
King.
one shot.
I mean, like, you got the PvP battle in POGC where a bunch of the NPCs will just decide to focus fire down and melt a clothy, and there's just nothing you can do about it. I mean, the top percentages of players in the world could do that, potentially make it all the way through without ever having a death. Because, I mean, even that raid is designed to do with 0 deaths across the whole raid. But that doesn't mean that the average person can do that, which means that average people should not be playing hardcore. And when you cut everyone that's average or less out of the population, then there's no population on the server. So, and then the top end people won't really want to play there either because they don't have anyone to show off to.
Doomhowl is down to 700 players left that are raiding or logging. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was just stupid to think that was going to be a real thing. Like, too many people see stuff and they're like, I mean, it's interesting. You know, you got these streamer guilds that are doing. Oh, here's this thing finally. Looking for this one. Green now, but it's XP.
Yeah, isn't one of them called Only Fangs, right?
Yeah, Only Fangs. Yeah, but that's the big one that everybody had been watching.
Didn't they get obliterated?
Yeah, they lost like pretty close to half their raid team or so in a failed Molten Core run.
I mean,
I mean, for somebody like a streamer guild, I get it. It's like you're getting something out of it. I mean, you're creating content, people are coming to watch your shit, and you're getting paid for it. If somebody wanted to pay me money, it's like, if you want to pay me the kind of money that those guys are getting paid to go play hardcore WoW and to die and start over, yeah, sure, I would do it, because my return on my investment is getting money. When I'm playing WoW, I'm not getting paid to do this currently. I mean, you know, I'm not making any kind of, real money off of streaming currently. So I'm playing this for the enjoyment, and for me the enjoyment is leveling up the characters, getting the gear, collecting all the supplies and all that kind of stuff. That's the payoff. So it's like, when that's stripped away from you, so you put in tons of time and then you lose the payoff on top of that, it's just like, why are you doing this? It's like, I don't know. I don't understand people that just think that they're going to go over there and be so great. It's like, I'd say probably 80% of the people don't even make it through the leveling process, much less actually get in and raid.
Yeah.
I've raided enough in this game to know that probably 85 to 90% of the people that are raiding in this game suck at it.
Yay! Well, let me get this mail before I forget.
It's right here.
There it is.
And the problem that you run into there is.
I'll do that in a minute.
Yeah. The problem that you run into there is just the concept of when you realize that 90% or so of the raiders that are out there suck. Whenever you're raiding on hardcore, you have to give that 100% all the time. You can't half-ass it ever. You can't have a bad day where you're like, I'm just gonna do this thing, because it's like, well, maybe you don't manage to kill yourself, but maybe somebody else dies because you decided to slack for the day. What happens when your healer is just not feeling it, but it's still raid day, so you gotta go. Or your tank isn't feeling it, or your raid leader isn't feeling it and makes a bad call, or just in general, I mean, people are just susceptible to making mistakes, and it's like, if one person makes a mistake, a DPS makes a mistake, a lot of the times that mistake isn't going to result in death to anyone but potentially themselves. But if they pull, if they look at the amount of DPS that for whatever reason just have auto attack turned on, and then they will target an enemy and then it just they'll shoot it with a bow or something like that and just pull shit when no one's ready. It's like that's a devastating mistake that someone else did that you have no control over, and you're probably going to lose your character. So it doesn't matter how good of a player you are limited by how good the people are around you. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but I don't know 39 other people that I'd be willing to raid with that I think would play at the same level that I play at.
Sure. Well, I feel like your average person doesn't understand, like, for example, if I'm planning to do something in real life, I practice it, like, a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I don't just walk up and when I'm cracking a safe, I don't walk up and that's my first time doing it ever and I have no idea what I'm doing. No. I know the make and model of the safe. I've seen the layout. I've watched, I've practiced unlocking it 1,000 times so that when I do
you don't just bring another safe of the exact same type and smack them together and they just magically open?
No, but like I would argue the reason why 90% of raiders suck is because they don't put in the time, effort, and energy to make it to like a lot of high-end gamers. They will go and practice like 1,000 times before they go live to kill the boss.
Yeah. Apparently this bug that's over here roams.
People don't want to put that dedication into it, so.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, I mean, like, we're adults. People have kids and jobs and lives and blah, 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 blah. So not everyone has the ability to do that, too.
Yeah.
Lumpert and Gumpert.
What?
Glumpert. Glumpert and Glumpert.
Right.
But yeah, to your point, the streamers, they stream 4 or 5 hours a day. So for them, it's worth it because it's get to do on stream and people can donate money to them. Yay!
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, I would no fucks given if I was getting paid to do that. Did you get that? Yeah.
So any of you sponsors listening to a stream, yes, we would play WoW for money. All good.
Money.
We could be the next beef.
Beef, yeah.
We would do it.
Fight this.
Beef bar.
Oh my god. Why are there so many? He's pushing my keyboard. He flopped down across my arms. Hey, you big beefcake.
Yeah, just like that, for example. How many times do you be playing hardcore where someone's cat jumps on a keyboard or something and just fucking kills half the raid?
I would not be very happy if that happened, but again, this is a video game. It's not real life. I don't want to.
Can you imagine?
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
The one person, like a freaking what do we call him? Magekin. We have a Magekin that just decides to run straight at the boss before we're all ready. We're all AFK taking a break.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
well, now we wiped.
One dude that has an alcohol problem that hasn't drank in a while that decides to get drunk one night and just runs into what was dude's name? Boss?
Future side?
Putricide, yeah.
Mm.
Just decides to walk straight into Professor Putricide and pull it while half the raid is AFK. Yeah.
Didn't that
well,
happen
now
in
we're pissed.
hardcore and next? Some troll pulled the 4 horsemen and
Oh, that was intentional. That wasn't even somebody getting drunk. That was just some dude intentionally wanting to fuck with people. Either I never did research it enough because I just didn't really give a shit. Because I think hardcore is stupid, like I said. But I saw the drama on it, and I didn't research it enough to determine whether or not the guy was doing it because he had a vendetta against a bunch of people in that guild, or if it was just because he wanted to, because he streamed it live, so he also potentially just you know, wanted the points, he wanted the money, he wanted the fame from it.
Yeah, but that's just so evil. Like,
Mhm.
the thousands of hours put into your character just gone because one guy wanted to do something for the lull.
I mean, I'm kind of a vindictive asshole. If I had something against a group of people, I would do the same thing. Level up and just not, you know, not collect anything, not spend any time doing anything, just absolutely what I needed to be effective, and then go in and butcher their entire raid team. I would do that in a heartbeat.
Here you go, guys. This is what I've got on my lap right now.
Well, and depending on like
Look at
who the person or group of people were, I would have to maybe admonish you for that, like, sir. But
Yeah.
if it's certain individuals that I'm not fans of, I would be like, oh yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to do something pretty shitty to me for me to want to do something like that, because the other thing that you have to look at, too, is when you do things along those lines, it's like, you're going to affect a lot of people that aren't involved. I mean, because it's like, normally when you're pissed off at a group of people, it's a small group. It's not like an entire raid team. I mean, how many times have you been even in a 25-man raid where you're like, I absolutely loathe the other 24 people in this raid? Normally it's just a couple of people here or there. And it's like, it's not really worth derailing a whole raid team and destroying their characters and everything else just to get at one group of people. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people who are more vindictive than me out there that would do something along those lines.
I would have done it to indecent exposure.
I mean, I can't even say that I would have done that. I mean, I hated their leadership. And I mean, that's
I
the
totally
thing.
would have done it.
I
I would have totally done it.
I didn't even hate Kevin. I just thought he was stupid for siding with the others. I didn't like Crusady, and I didn't like Chase, and I didn't like Dan. It's like, those are the three people that I would have wanted. Like, if I could have gotten their characters deleted, I would have done it in a heartbeat, but I wouldn't have sacrificed the rest of the guild over that, because...
Gone to like a random dungeon and gotten them wiped. Sorry guys, leadership can't raid this week because they gotta level up new characters.
So long as you affected those people and not everyone in the raid, I would be...
Yeah, I mean, but that's what we were kind of talking about, was destroying a raid, not singling out 3 people in a 5-man dungeon and fucking with them. I mean, that's a different story. That's getting exactly the people you want. What we were talking about was the consequences of destroying an entire raid to get at 3 people, which
I mean,
I personally
I would have
wouldn't do.
warned the few people that I liked to run out.
Yeah, but I mean, you're still going to have a lot of collateral damage. And there's still, I mean, even if you only
If you're
like...
done with the game, why does it matter?
I mean, it's a question of just, I don't know, morals, I guess.
I guess I have no morals then, because I would say fuck up.
Okay, so thought experiment. Are you okay with blowing up a bus full of
With
50
blowing up a
people?
bus?
Yes. If it means killing the 4 people that
Tell me
you
I
really want to kill, are you okay with the collateral damage?
In real life, no.
Peace.
Well, I mean,
In a game, yeah.
at the end of the day, this is real life, though. I mean, those are real people with real feelings and real time and energy and stuff that they put into characters that they have no... They're not part of why you're pissed off. So, I mean, it's the same concept. It's still collateral damage.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
I guess that's
like
true.
I said, I'm an extremely vindictive individual, but I'm not going to tank an entire raid team because I don't like 3 people on the raid. Like, I wouldn't even destroy a guild over something like that. I mean, even like with indecent exposure, I mean, we left, we went our own way, and we just kind of fucked off and did our own thing. Like, I didn't try to run indecent exposure into the ground or anything like that, because I mean, there were still people there that I liked, and there were still people there that I didn't, you know, have an opinion on one way or the other, and all of those people had nothing to do with what happened with indecent exposure.
I mean, here's also another thing that I've come to realize is more accurate the more I think about it. I talk a big game. I probably wouldn't do a whole lot of the things that I say I would.
I would say
Because-
that's accurate.
Yeah. Because we were talking about that the other night. And I was like, I would say all these things. And like, no, you wouldn't. Like, I would think it hard.
But I would just be careful about the things that you say, because people would take it as you would do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like people aren't only just responsible for the things that they do, they're also responsible for the things that they say, which is one of the reasons that I'm not a big fan of, like even government establishments where it's like, it's okay for somebody to walk up and shit talk you to your face, but the minute you punch them, now you're in the bad. It's like they were attacking you before there was any physical altercation. And it's like, words mean something.
Look at all these people.
I think it would.
Well-
I think it would be great if we went back to the point to where, like, that's one of the things that I will give New York City. I don't like a lot of the stuff they do. I don't like how they just got rid of punishment for petty crime, but the fact that they kind of
You can sell stuff here.
do what? Oh, I don't need
Sell
to. I
stuff
don't think I
here?
need to sell anything. But just the concept of they got rid of assault charges. Like, to an extent, I kind of agree with that. It's like, I think if somebody can, walk up in your face and run their mouth because they know you won't do anything about it because there's a law that basically they can do they can say whatever they want to you, but the minute that you snap and physically assault them, now you're the bad guy. And it's like different people handle things different ways, and some people they can't handle being talked to like they're a worthless piece of shit, and they're gonna fucking snap and they're gonna hurt you, and then they're the bad guy. And it's like, no, you fucking goaded that on. They didn't come after you. In my opinion, assault should be something that's unwarranted. It's like that. I was just walking down the street and this dude just ran up and started kicking the shit out of me and stole my wallet. It's like, that is assault and robbery. But it's like two people that are in an argument and then one of them punches the other. I don't personally believe that's assault. It's like, if you didn't want it to go that far, you should have shut your mouth. Like, you're just as responsible for that problem as they are. So, to me, that's why I said, words mean something. So saying that you would take out an entire raid team, even if you know you wouldn't, is still like that's something that I think people say when they're mad, usually, and not something that they would actually do.
Yeah.
And this is also where, and this is hashtag, this is not legal advice, but depending on what state you're in, words are assault.
Yeah.
So there is a legal precedent called the fighting words doctrine.
Yeah.
Where if I get into your face and I say I'm gonna fucking hit you so hard, I have now threatened you, so you have the legal right to hit.
Yeah,
me
and that's kind of my argument on that point as well. Is if you're going to make a physical assault is going to be considered assault and you can be arrested for it, then verbal assault should be the same thing.
So verbal assault is arrestable, depending on what state you're in.
Yeah.
So the assault. So this is something that the movies tend to get wrong too. So assault is actually the threat of violence. Battery is the physical act of violence.
Get ready.
Ready.
Keep good.
So when you say, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking kill you," that's assault.
Yeah.
If you actually hurt them, that is bad.
Yeah. But like, to me, I think that there are certain words other than, like, I am going to enact physical harm on you, because a lot of places will just consider that terroristic threatening in general. I think things that are intended to try to get a rise out of you I'm aware it's a level 30 elite. Things that are, like things that people say that are designed to goad you into a fight. Like, that's the whole point that they're doing it. That's not necessarily them saying, "Oh, I'm gonna kick your ass," or "I'm gonna kill you," or whatever. God damn it. No matter what direction I'm trying to get away from that fucking thing you just aggroed. Well, we're not now. This thing was pretty close to being dead if we didn't have 3 other fucking creatures on us.
We were, yeah. It was hitting you way too hard.
But the issue that I've seen people run into is somebody will say things that, like if somebody just comes up, like one of your family members recently died, and then someone just starts trash talking that family member to you. It's like, absolutely nothing about that is threatening. So it's like most places aren't going to consider something like that an act of aggression, but it's like you're already in a weird state. You know, you're in a vulnerable state because you're dealing with, you know, this family member passing away, and then you have this person that's obviously coming up trying to goad you into some sort of a physical altercation by shit talking somebody in your family that just died. So it's like, I think that, you know, those types of things should also be considered. Like, you should be able to be arrested for that kind of stuff, because it's like you're specifically picking at someone that's in a altered mental state, you know, that is susceptible, and you're trying to goad them into a fight. And it's like, yeah, you should be able to have your ass kicked, and you shouldn't be able to file assault charges for that. Like, if that person beats the living shit out of you, well, you were a fucking idiot. You shouldn't have been talking about their dead family member trying to goad them into a fight. I'm just a big proponent for the fact that it should go one way. You know, it's like it should all be one way or it should all be the other. It shouldn't be this weird middle ground where some things are considered and some aren't. It's like either you can just fight people and there's no negative to it, or you can get in trouble for saying the wrong words to people, you know, with the intention of being malicious about it. Because it's like you still have it's not even a restriction to freedom of speech. You have the right to say the stuff. You say it if you want to, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be a penalty. It's like, well, they're not going to lock you up for saying it.
Well, yeah. So freedom of speech is just the government can't.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
If you say something that and enacts a response out of someone.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter what you say. I mean, we have freedom of speech here, but if you run out if you're running around Washington D.C. saying you're going to kill the president, then you're probably going to get picked up. You know.
Well, so this is where like law is so the precedents are so dense, and that's why people studied law for 4 years. Because, you know, you have freedom of speech, but that doesn't mean you can say whatever you want, because, yes, like, what's that girl's name? Kathy Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
She made a joke, I'm gonna, air quotes, joke, about holding the severed head of Donald Trump.
Wow.
I didn't even hear about that one. That's funny.
Yeah, that was back in 2016 when he was first elected president, and she got in trouble.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Because they're like, you can't jokingly talk about killing the president. You can't jokingly have the president's severed head in your hand. That's just what the fuck were you thinking?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Like she'd been thinking about that for a hot minute.
So I learned something interesting. I'm under the assumption that it is true, but it's really funny when you think about it. Apparently, Whoopi Goldberg's actual name, her first name is Karen. I actually want to get a better source on that to find out if it's actually true or not. But I find that really fucking funny if it is accurate.
Erin Goldberg.
No, her last name is not Goldberg either.
Oh.
It's a stage name.
Yeah. She basically made that her stage name. But
yeah, when she was coming up, stage names were quite common.
No.
Yeah, I just thought it was really funny. I was watching. I was getting ready to say watching an article, but I was watching a video talking about where she attacked. Well, I think it's kind of I'm not a fan of Whoopi Goldberg anymore. I don't like her political beliefs. Not even necessarily her political beliefs. I don't like how she flaunts them in front of the rest of the world. It's like, in my opinion, anyone with any sort of influence whatsoever, whether they're people on YouTube or, you know, actors, comedians, whoever, it's like if you're in the light and a lot of people, kind of worship or follow you blindly. It's like you should not be giving any sort of advice to any of those people for any reason. It's like there should be no political advice, no legal advice, nothing. Like you should keep your mouth shut. You have a right to have your beliefs, but you shouldn't be trying to spread your propaganda to people who are just going to blindly follow you because you are famous. And so I don't like her because she does that, which is sad because I actually used to like her when she was just an actress. I love her old stuff, like a lot of the old movies and stuff she did back in the day. I used to watch her stuff all the time, and it's like now I don't like her anymore at all. But I still kind of think that this whole thing that's going sideways about her talking about Elon Musk's kid and stuff, she made fun of the kid's name. It's like, I can't really see that there was any more that she said other than that. And to be fair, who hasn't made fun of the kid's name? The kid's name is X. Like, fucking come on, man. It's like, you name your kid that, deal with it. It's like, that was his choice. I don't even think it was attacking the kid. I think it was more a slap in the face of Elon Musk, and he just got pissed off about it, and some people that followed him got pissed off about it. And then the bean counters over at the View were like, oh, this looks bad. And, I don't remember if she actually stepped down or if she was fired. I can't remember how it worked out, but he's apparently no longer part of the View. But yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan in the least, but I still think that was a little much. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really view that as attacking the kid.
So, yes and no. I do think that, okay, the child has a weird name, but children should be off limits. Like, you got an issue with Elon Musk, talk about Elon Musk. Don't talk about his kids.
Well, that's kind of my argument, is I feel like she was really talking more about him. It wasn't as much about the kid as it was the naming of the child was 100% on the parents. Like,
Didn't she also,
the kid
like,
has no choice on their name until they're old enough to decide, yeah, I want to have this legally changed.
Didn't she also make some sort of comment towards the fact that he brings the kid along to like executive meetings and shit? Or was that a different video you were watching?
I think there was a comment where she said that, but I mean, even that's not attacking the kid. I mean, I think that's a valid argument. It's like, why did you have the kid in the White House? Like, I thought that was kind of stupid. Like, I didn't understand why Elon Musk brought his kid to a press conference in the White House. It's like, who does that? And that's not against the kid, that's against Elon Musk. It's like, that's fucking weird, dude.
I agree with you. I think that shows like The View need to be put back.
Yeah, I don't like that show at all. I don't like
having a bunch of illiterate fucks giving their political opinions,
yeah,
which amounts to basically nothing because they're a bunch of millionaires and have no fucking idea what it's like to be a member of the working class and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, most of the things
Tell us
that
how you really feel, Joe. Tell us how you really feel.
Oh. We could be at this for days because I have major problems with the way that we handle things politically nowadays.
Yeah, well, the problem that I have when it comes to people that are in any sort of mass media or have a huge following is most of them are completely disconnected from the people that are following them. I mean, even if you look at people like like in the streaming world, like Hassan Piker and Asmongold and any of the other big people, it's like, how many of the people that follow these guys do you think that these guys know or have any understanding of what they're doing with their lives, what position they're in, what kind of monetary income these people have? It's like, how can you give people advice when you don't know anything about them? And so that stuff just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, as far as why some of these guys are trying to convince their following to have a certain political stand. It's like, a lot of the times, I mean, if you just take the average population of the world, there's a lot of people that are very easily controlled or influenced that don't have a whole lot of education. You potentially could be convincing them to have an opinion that doesn't even benefit them, but they're not smart enough to be able to understand that. And it's like, that kind of stuff's not really acceptable.
Yeah, like I talked about this at length with, so and this is where I have a huge issue with Rupert Murdoch, because he's the guy who started all this shit. In the 1980s, he can back in the 1980s, but before that, people couldn't give political opinions on air. All they could do was state facts. But then Rupert Murdoch convinced Ronald Reagan that, you know what, let's start mixing the news with shows that we can express our political opinions on. And so Fox News was created, and oh god. Now we have Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and they're like, I'm not left or right. They're all trash. They're all bullshit. It's all propaganda. None of they actually ran, and about 15% of the shit that they report on is true. Depending on which station you're talking about.
That's one of those things that I kind of wish there was a better way to do. It's like, I miss the, how do I want to word this? The illusion that the news was always telling you the truth. I mean, when I was younger, everybody watched the news or read the newspapers. I mean, that's just what they did. And the assumption at that point was that all of the information that you were getting was factual. And there may be some argument to the fact that the older generation of journalists that, you know, that there was some, I guess, honor in the journalism community. And, you know, when you start talking about some of these, you know, super old journalists, things were different back then. You know, maybe people were a little bit more truthful, and, you know, they were a lot more concerned with giving false information. I don't know at what point in history that this change happened, even if there was a point in history where it wasn't, excuse me, corrupted in some shape, form, or fashion. But just the concept of being able to have a source where they just report on the facts of what's happening and let you make your own decisions. It's like, I don't know how we get to a point to where that's the case. Like, I don't know how that could reasonably be governed and ensured that everything that you're getting has no propaganda in it whatsoever. It's like, these are the facts as we know them. You know, draw your own conclusions. You know, what news and media, the news media was, you know, originally intended to be.
So there's a really interesting history behind this, and I invite you to look it up, but to give you a brief cursory of it. So from the founding of our nation up until about the 1790s, people could post whatever they want, and a lot of newspapers they posted some really wild shit.
Yeah.
Like, they called George Washington a cross-dresser. Like, it was down and dirty. They would sling mud left and right. Because back then, that's how a lot of people learned about their constituents and stuff, was through, you know, the newspaper and things. So people used it to sway people to their political gain. And then they realized that, like, this is not a good idea. So they put rules that you could only report on things that are factual, not opinion, and you give the person their autonomy to make their own conclusions.
Yeah.
Which was how it was up until, as I pointed out before, the 1980s, when Rupert Murdoch went to Reagan and it's like, I want to start a show where I give political opinions, not facts. But under the current rules, I can't do that. So they changed it so that they could start giving opinions again.
Yeah.
Which then influenced an entire generation of people to, basically, it's what drew the party lines the way that we see them now.
Yeah.
Because if you're a liberal, you listen to MSNBC. If you're a conservative, you listen to Fox News. Blah 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 blah. And neither side is telling you the truth. They're just telling you their version of a lie to try to sway you to their side.
Yeah.
Not a fan. I would agree with you. I think that your average person they may not be well versed on what's going on politically, but if you give people facts, they will draw their own conclusions, and we should allow our population to do that instead of like, hey, this is how you should think.
Yeah. I mean,
Because-
that's the other problem too. Like, where I really think that a lot of what the problem is just stems from poor education in general. And I don't really know what you can do to fix that situation either, because wasn't it the EU that recently did a thing? I can't remember if it was the EU or if it was Canada where it was, but wasn't there a thing where they recently started opening up basically voting on bills to the public, where it wasn't, you know, like they would have an open vote for certain types of laws and things that would be passed, and the vote would be similar to like a presidential election where everybody could just go in and vote on it, and they just went with whatever the majority was. I mean, wasn't that a thing that one of the countries across the pond tried here recently? I don't think it was Canada. I'm wanting to think it was something in the EU somewhere, but yeah, it was, if I recall correctly, the entire thing, like, it didn't last very long because it was just insane what people would do. I actually need to find a place to repair before I pick off. But you know, I think it was one of those things where it went so like completely upside down that it just didn't last for long, because they were like stupid laws and things were getting passed, and things that were important were getting overlooked, and just craziness.
If you would like my humble opinion onto why we are where we are today, I think it all started with Clinton, because he instituted a thing called No Child Left Behind, where even if you were failing, you weren't allowed to fail the child. They had to keep progressing.
Yeah.
So standard of tests got lower and lower. Like, back when you and I were growing up, if you weren't smart enough to go to the next grade, you didn't go to the next grade.
Yeah.
But they were like, oh no, we can't do that. That's terrible.
How may I aid you?
We're shunning the child because they're not learning fast enough. Like,
yeah, I just kind of feel like there should be more money invested into education than what there is. I feel like teachers are underpaid, and because of this, I feel like the quality of teachers are becoming worse and worse, because people that actually, you know, pretty much everybody wants to make some sort of money. You know, they want to have a decent living, whatever it is that their living standards are considered. You know, some people have lower standards for living than other people do. They're willing to, you know, like, they can be very happy with less things, you know, but not everybody feels that way. And when you see places where teachers or professors are making a lot of money, the standard of education is usually really high, and those teachers are really good at what they do, and they have a way of teaching that can reach more people. And, you know, they have an understanding that not everybody learns the same way, and it just completely changes. Like, if you go and look at some of the seminars that are held that you can watch online by professors from some of these big Ivy League schools, it's just like the way that they present material is just so much easier to understand than the exact same material from, say, your local community college. And, you know, so that goes to show that there is a skill level involved in teaching. Like, you can be better at teaching than other people can, which means it is a skill that you can learn and a skill you can put time into. But just like any other skill on the face of the planet, you have to put serious time into it to be good at it. And no one's going to want to put a shit ton of time into being a good teacher to go and make $30,000 a year or $40,000 a year. Like, you can walk into a Best Buy and make almost that much money.
I would agree with you. And, like, here's the sad part. So your average American can read and write at a 4th grade level now, because of how bad the education is.
And then if you think about the average American, just like you're pointing out there, then realize some percentage of those average Americans are teachers.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like.
And to your other point, we've actually known this since the 1970s. They have done studies on teaching theory where they realize that like some students learn through visuals, some students learn through auditory retention, some need both,
Yeah.
some need none of the. Like it's like you can't teach every student the exact same way. It's because you're gonna get maybe 15 of them that will learn that way out of a 25-person classroom. So
Yeah.
there will be children left behind
Yeah.
because of the way that because the way they standardize teaching.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where, like, I think the classrooms are entirely too large. I mean, even when I was going to school, I think the classrooms were way too large. One of the best classes that I feel like I got the most out of when I was in college ended up being a class that had a professor, and we had 9 students in the classroom. Like, that's all the people that took that class that semester, and it was phenomenal. You basically had constant access to the professor. They weren't having to deal with, 40 other people, or, in the cases of like an auditorium classroom, 280 other people. It was just such a different concept for learning. And I'm not even saying that professor was particularly amazing at what they did. It was just the fact that you had hands-on, and the professor actually had time to think about their answers. Like, they didn't, they could sit there and talk with you for a few moments and find out exactly what your question was, instead of just listening to the question and quickly regurgitating an answer and not realizing whether or not they even gave you the correct answer. I mean, just the simple fact of having fewer students in the classroom was huge. And then you think about, and then this is in a college class where the average person in there is supposed to be an adult and is supposed to be responsible for doing their own things. And then you realize, you look into the average grade school classroom, and there's anywhere from 20 to 35 students, depending on what school you're at, that are in a classroom, and none of them are adults, and none of them really want to be there. They all want to be doing something else. I mean, just imagine how hectic those classrooms are, and then realize that's what it was like before the invention of cell phones. And what cell phones have done to the classroom at this point, because of stupid ass parents who go and argue that their kid must have a cell phone in the classroom so that they can reach them at any point if they need to. And it's like, what is so important that you have to be able to access your child on any given day that they need a cell phone for now, that did not exist 50 years ago before cell phones were invented, when kids went to school and maybe you didn't even own a phone in your own home. The only way that you could access that kid was to go to the school and ask for the child. So it's like, I don't understand why cell phones are allowed in schools whatsoever. It's like, I think it should be one of those things, like, if you want your kid to have a cell phone so that when they're on the way to school or on the way home and they're walking or they're taking the bus or something like that, if they get into some kind of trouble, they can call. But I mean, and it would be a little bit of an expense for the school, but they should have a place, a small locker that you have access to, that when you come to school, you slide your phone into that locker. You're the only one with a key or with a combination to get into it, and it goes in when you go into class, and then when you are ready to end for the day, you go and pull your phone out of that locker and you have it back. So before school and after school, you've got it, but during classes, it's not there. It's like, I don't care what is going on in your life. I mean, every bit of it is generally less impactful to a child. Most people want to freak out, and they're like, oh, children, like, it's so hard on the children when their grandparents die or whatever. It's like, no. I've gone through a lot of death in my life, just being older in general, and death affected me far less when I was young. It just did. So it's like, if your kid's in grade school and their grandmother dies or something like that, they don't need to know the instant that it happened. What are they going to do? It's better for them to be at school and not even be aware of the fact, and then deal with that when they get home.
Matisse has a good point for his stuff. A lot of schools have that kind of thing.
You got to put your phone away before entering class. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea, Matisse. Finland's on to something.
Agreed.
And that's one of the other things that, like, that's what I was kind of alluding to earlier when it comes to the concept of, you know, like the people that don't understand the people that they're influencing, like when you have streamers and stuff that are trying to make political advice for their followers. Most of these people, I mean, just think of your own little world, how tiny your little world is. I mean, and even dealing with people on the internet, it's like, oh, well, my world's big because I'm on the internet and I talk to people from all over the world. As a rule, you generally attract other people that have your opinions. You know, like when that's one of the ways that people get to know each other. They share opinions, they share ideas, and you're like, oh, hey, this person's similar to me. I like that person. So even on the internet, a lot of your friendships are going to be with people that you know and have some sort of commonality with you. So your world, no matter how worldly you think you are, is very, very tiny. And if you're not spending a serious amount of time not only researching your beliefs and your ideas, but also the beliefs and the ideas of the people who oppose you, you know, how can you make a decision on something that affects your entire country or your entire world, or hell, let alone just your own state, like in the United States? Like, how can you make a correct judgment call on how something should be done when pretty much every experience that you have is in your tiny ass little world that you think is huge, but is honestly really, really tiny, and you don't know what else is going on out there, and you're not taking the time to learn what other people are going through. And then, you know, when you think about some of these big influencers, it's like, if you're a big enough influencer, I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm an influencer to 14 people. I mean, I think the highest number of people that I've had watching me while playing WoW or anything like that has been somewhere around 60 people. I've had people watching me from countries all over the world. So when I'm talking about, you know, some random political thing or something like that happens to come up, you know, like a conversation that we're having now, like a huge portion of the people that are watching me aren't even from this country. So the things that I'm having issues with, it doesn't even affect them, and they probably aren't even interested in it, to be honest. I know there's some people like TC who just loves watching the rest of the world fall apart around him, I think, but he seems to always have an interest in what's going on in U.S. politics, but I think it's more for an entertainment value than anything. But I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, I'm affecting a very small group of people, and I don't have any interest in talking about, you know, giving political advice to people, or who they should be voting for, or who they shouldn't be voting for. I don't even really want to talk about my own political opinion of who I want to vote for or don't want to vote for. I generally will just, you know, if I'm going to talk about something, I would rather just present facts and then discuss why I think those things are factual or not. You know, if I have pulled the information from somewhere else, or if it's like, well, this is a thing that I'm thinking, but I don't know if it's true or not, as opposed to just going out there and telling people like, oh, like, you know, Trump and Elon are the devil and they're trying to come and get you, or, you know, Kamala Harris was the devil and she's just trying to get you. It's like, I mean, we're going to have different opinions at the end of the day because we have different goals. So yeah, you know, maybe whoever, what was it?
It's a fuck you, wind chaser.
Oh, you know, maybe random candidate X versus random candidate Y. I may view one of them as the devil because they're trying to destroy the thing that I care the most about. I mean, I'm going to be against any candidate that, you know, is trying to crack down on video games, you know, for example, for whatever reason. It's like video games have always been a huge portion of my life. And if there was ever a candidate that's like, people are spending too much time on video games, and, you know, we need to end video games in America, that dude or chick, whoever they are, is going to be public enemy number one, in my opinion. But it's because they don't align with my goals. It's not because they're actually evil. At the end of the day, there are other countries out there that have limitations on how much time people can spend playing video games and stuff like that. And in some cases, they have better reception from their communities and stuff than what we do. And it's like, maybe there isn't an argument to be made that too much gaming is bad for you. Just like too much of anything else. I mean, it only makes sense. Then there's also issues. I'm just killing stuff for XP right now. There's also the issue of maybe some people shouldn't be allowed to play games as much as others because of having just an addictive personality and their entire life falling apart because of playing video games. It's like, if I've ever had to, I can put games away to go and do things. Like I don't video game in lieu of taking care of my health, for example. It's like I can walk away from a video game and go exercise, or I can walk away from a video game and go to work and be fine. Not everyone can do that. I mean, there are people out there that they just can't pry themselves away from that kind of stuff. So it's like, at the end of the day, the person that's making that decision to restrict the amount of games that people are playing, they're not evil. They have a different opinion than I do, but they're not inherently evil.
I think that people are interested in power, and they will say and do whatever they have to say and do to get that power. And for the majority of politicians, they don't care about anyone other than their own interests.
Yeah. And that's one of those things that I think is interesting as well, is, the original concept behind government was that anyone could step into office and do the job of the president, or any other role for that matter. It was never intended that you had to be some big CEO or some Ivy League graduate or anything like that in order to, I forget, aren't we supposed to jump off over here?
I guess so. Here we go anyway.
Yeah. Test of faith.
Objective complete.
Yeah.
But
with,
hilariously, George Washington, when we were forming our government, they wanted George Washington to be king.
Yeah.
And he said no. He wanted, and so funny enough, this is one of those things where it's President of Congress. That is the official title, and the point of President of Congress is that if the Congress is enacting something that one would deem immoral, wrong, then he has the right to veto said thing to make sure that a majority, at least 2/3 of a vote, can get things through.
Yeah.
He was meant to be President of Congress, was designed to be a buffer so that if things were getting too crazy up in the legislative part of things, that he could put checks and balances.
Yeah.
And then over time, it's morphed into the weird crap that we have today.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem in general with American politics is the majority of our laws and things like that are from a bygone era. And because everybody is so hell-bent on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and never changing anything, that...
Hashtag no changes?
Yeah, hashtag no changes. That we're falling behind the times. People have found way too many loopholes, and even though that we know that these loopholes exist now, we don't do anything to close them. And a huge portion of that is because at the end of the day, the people that really have the power to close those are the people that are benefiting from them. So if I'm making $1 million a day sitting around doing nothing, and I know it's a loophole, and I have the power to stop it, do you think I'm gonna? Oh, did we?
Never mind.
There lies the
Unrefined
rub.
or sample.
There's an A.
They keep putting people in power, those that are benefiting the most from the things that are hurting the majority of people.
Yeah. It's like Warford and I were talking about it last night, and like my belief is that a lot of the people that go into politics go in with the thought of, hey, I'm going to get in here and I'm going to change the world. I'm going to make all these things different. And then they start realizing the game that they have gotten themselves into. And that's what politics are these days. It's a game. And the people who play it the best are the people who are successful and have all of the power. And the unfortunate part about playing about playing the game is it corrupts you. And if you're going to be successful at it, you have to do shady things to get the stuff done you want done. And then by the time you get high enough into government to do something about it, you're now corrupted and you're playing a different game. It's like you're playing the game with a broken set of rules at that point. It's really right there. But yeah, it's like I think a lot of people go into government, politics, and into law and stuff like that to, to try to make things better. And the ones that are, are truly good people that can make a difference, they're not willing to play the game, and therefore they never get any power and never go anywhere. And then the people that wanted to make a difference that are willing to bend some rules end up seeing the power of corruption, and then they don't want to go back. They get poisoned by it. I mean, I've said for a very long time, I think the only way that America will ever get fixed is some sort of a revolution, like a civil war or something like that. I don't see how it's possible to fix it at this point without completely destroying what exists, because the people that are in control are never going to vote to get rid of the power, and as long as they have the power, they're never going to change it. It's like it's a no-win situation that we're in currently.
Sure. I think the revolution is one way to do it. I think another way to do it is to build a grassroots movement and build yourself the infrastructure needed to accomplish your goals.
Yeah.
So, funny enough, the Heritage Foundation is a far-right think tank that was developed in the 1960s when Roe v. Wade was overturned, and their entire fucking mission was to get Roe v. Wade amended. And they spent 60 years or 50 years, well, however, but they spent all that time trying to get a majority conservative Supreme Court in place so that they could do it, and they did it.
Yeah, but I mean that's a great thing and all, but then it took one random carrot-skinned president to completely pretty much undo that. So it's like, what did they really win at the end of the day? That's kind of my argument. Roe v. Wade was overturned. It's now back in the state's hands. Yeah.
And that was Trump's entire goal. His first presidency was to make sure that happened, because he knew who got him into that office, and he repaid them in kind. So
yeah.
And so now getting an abortion is way more difficult than it originally was 10 years ago or so. No, I'm just saying, so I both agree with you and disagree with you. I think that in order to enact the changes that I would like to see, we probably need a revolution, but in the meantime, developing a grassroots movement to build the cause that you be the change you want to see in the world. And also, so I'm of the mind that people are waiting for the government to do what they can do for themselves.
Yeah.
So that's where I stand. I think that we rely too much on this wushu powers that be to do things that we can just.
You just summoned bloody shots.
Did I?
Yeah. That's his Twitch name, is Wushu.
Ah.
But yeah, I mean, the one, I kind of feel like the one way that potentially the U.S. has to kind of get out of its I don't know, for lack of better words, overlord oppression, is to fix education, because that's one thing that could kind of bring some light is if the majority of the country were much better educated, that people could make better decisions for themselves, and they would have more interest in, you know, politics and making sure that things are being held up and researching people and trying to get better people elected into office. You know, because that's the one argument that you have right now is a lot of the people that have the control over some of the corruption are people that we just keep electing over and over and over because they're groups of people that don't have term limits. You know, so, you know, basically your congressmen and, you know, things along those lines. It's like those guys have a whole lot of power, and most of them are pretty corrupt, and we just keep re-electing them. Same people.
So I have a hypothesis as to why that is, and because not only in America but in Europe they just had elections, and a lot of the authoritarian candidates are winning.
Mm-hmm.
And I, in my humble opinion, I think it's because, going back to what I talked to you about when we first started this guild, that the majority of people don't want to think.
Yeah.
They want to be led. They want to, hey, you guy, go up there, and then you get shit done and you tell us what to do.
Yeah.
But the issue that you're going to run into that is that you're trusting that person to
not be corrupt.
Yeah, want to do it in your best interest.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and I definitely think there was a time in our political past, you know, for the country that we had people that were willing to do that. You know, and that was one of the things that I was talking to Warfarino about last night as well, is the levels of self-interest that leadership has had in the past. You know, pretty much everyone that gets into office has some sort of an agenda. So the real question is, how much are the people in the way of that agenda? And, you know, so how much are they willing to do for the people that won't affect whatever their personal agenda is? And here lately, the personal agenda just seems to be making shit tons of money, and the easiest way to do that is to screw over as many people as you possibly can, which is very bad for, you know, the people that live here.
Well, one of my favorite presidents, Theodore Roosevelt. He was the kind of candidate that I think you would like.
Yeah.
Because his big business came to him, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna donate to your campaign, but like, we want you to be favorable to us." And he's like, "I'll take your money, but I ain't doing shit for you. I'm breaking up." Because his whole thing was monopoly. So Standard Oil owned 90% of the oil companies, and Vanderbilt owned 90% of the train companies. So his whole thing was like, if we want our economy to actually get out of these dark ages and to actually get the workers' rights, we got to start breaking up this stranglehold and stuff.
Yeah.
Because like the things that we're seeing today, we saw it 100 years ago. Like 3 guys had more money than the majority of all Americans. It was Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, and Carnegie.
Yeah. You'll have to lead us around to them, because now that I've looted that, I can't see them markers.
But yeah, Theodore Roosevelt was your kind of president, because he was like, yeah, I'll take your money, but I'm still going to do what I do, which is for the people, motherfucker.
Yeah. One of the things that I think would really be interesting, and I had this idea in the past, and then, you know, now that the internet has become such a huge ordeal, and we've kind of seen what, like, you know, Elon Musk and Trump and, you know, a handful of other people have done with the internet now. The internet was a better solution to the problem. I just didn't know how well people would adopt it. But based on what's going on right now, I think people have adopted it really well. And essentially, it was the concept that before, I kind of felt like presidents, you know, like anyone that was a candidate for the presidency should not be allowed to take any money. That the majority of their campaign should be done with public access television, something that, you know, that a medium that basically everyone had access to, and, you know, that's where they should do their campaigning. That they shouldn't really be going around to all of these different places, because, I mean, it's like, if you don't have to go to places, you don't really need much money, you know. So You know,
well, I mean,
and now that people have gone just nuts with the internet, and like now I think doing something like all the presidential candidates should have a YouTube account, and that's just where they do all of their stuff. It's like that's where you get on there and you can talk with your people. You can do more one-on-one talking on YouTube than what you could ever do by going around and shaking hands. And yeah, I mean, it's just like, I think that would be a much better way for things to be done. And then you would have live recordings of everything. So if a news media took a snippet from something and made you look like an asshole, you could be like, no, that came from this particular video right here. It was at exactly 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Go watch the whole thing, not just the snippet. Because that's another big issue that you run into all the time with media, and like where all of the presidential candidates these days, they're always more concerned with smearing the other side than they are actually talking about what it is that they're running on, because they know what they're running on is shitty. They just want to make the other candidate look more shitty. And it's like, I don't want to pick between the two least shitty candidates. It's like, I actually want to pick candidates that have some of my interests at heart. I don't want to just, I want to pick the candidate that is trying to do the most for me. I don't want to have to choose between two candidates that are hurting me the least. It's like, oh, we're going to do all kinds of bad shit, but this one's going to do less bad shit than the other one, so I guess I'll vote for that guy. So, it's like, I want to see a point at some point in the future when we're trying to elect a president that people are actually happy, like the majority of people are happy about getting, and then even the people that are losing. So it's not, like right now, I mean, just look at the amount of people that just absolutely, their world fell apart when Trump got elected. And it's like, I think that's a sad state of affairs, that we're in a position to where the person that ends up being our leader, that even the losing side just can't say, okay, well, that wasn't really the guy that I wanted, but he's not a devil. But when you look at it right now, it's like, if you were the winner, you're like, yeah, Trump's amazing. And if you were the loser, you're like, oh my God, he's going to end the fucking world. It's like, why are those the extremes? Like, why does it have to be the extremes like that? Like, why couldn't it have been a close race? And it's like, well, this guy was going to do one more thing for us that the other guy's not doing. So it's like, overall, we're still in a pretty good position.
Well, and this is where, to your point, where people need to be a lot more educated with themselves.
Yeah.
So I view Trump as a useful idiot. He talks a lot. He doesn't do a lot. He's just, I think he's going to do some things that are going to be great. There's going to be a lot of things that disagree with him. Is he going to end democracy as we know it? No. It's not going to happen. Like,
Yeah.
And he's not the first president to even be suggested that to happen. Like, there was a guy, his name was Martin Van Buren, if you know that name.
I know the name, but I don't remember anything about him.
He's a president who tried to establish a dictatorship so that he would never have to leave office, and it failed miserably because people were like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about that for Trump and things like that. It's like, I mean, there's some stuff that Trump does that I like. There's stuff that Trump does that I don't like. At no point have I ever thought that there should be a president that's just alive until they're just the president until they're not alive anymore. It's like that. I think the true answer for having good leadership is having them rotating in and out, so that they're wanting to get the things done while they're in office that they can. Because I mean, most people are, at the very least, are interested in a legacy. So it's like, well, I'm not going to be president forever, but I'll be remembered as a great president. People will remember me for this thing that I'm doing. And I think that's kind of a bit of a powerful motivator for some people, is just getting in there and kind of like leaving their legacy.
Yeah, I mean, to some people, being talked about hundreds of years from now is the thing they want their life to be about.
Yeah.
I would prefer everyone forget me within 5 minutes of my death would be great. But you know.
It's one of those things that's really interesting when you think about stuff that's going on out there. It's like it's not like I'm a huge Trump supporter or just diehard Trump fan or anything. It's like when dude was running TV shows back in the day, it's like I always thought he was a jackass. You know, that what was the big one that the catchphrase was, "You're fired." Like he was basically just firing people. That was his TV show. It's like I always thought the dude was just moronic when it came to that kind of stuff. But my interest level in him getting into presidency wasn't necessarily because I liked anything that he was necessarily campaigning for. I've just always been a big fan of trying new things in the government. It's like we see where government has taken us so far and what it has done for us and the people that we have elected. So when somebody comes in and they want to try something different, I was a huge fan of Bernie Sanders, not because I'm a huge, supporter of socialized anything. I was just interested in what would happen to the country, how things would change, because his opinions and views on things were so much different than any other candidate that has been around since I've been alive. I wanted to see what that contrast would do and how it would improve. Like, the biggest thing that I was hoping for out of Trump, to be honest, even in his first election, was he's a businessman. I mean, and even if you're a bad business person, you're still a business person. And I mean, people can argue that he's a bad businessman. I don't know where his money came from, but he's got a whole lot more money than anyone I know. So he can't be completely awful at business, or he just would cease to exist as far as people, thought for business anymore. So he has some.
Think about Trump.
Well, let me finish before you get into this. My thing with him was, at the very least, he would come in and clean up our government from a business perspective, find out where all the waste is, where excessive amounts of people working for government where they don't need them working for government, excessive amounts of various types of aid, like food stamps and things like that being handed out in places where they didn't need to actually be handed out. Like the ridiculous number of people that are just having kids so that they can get more food stamps, looking into things like that and how to improve that kind of stuff, or the amount of people that work for government anywhere that are tenured employees. Like, once they get hired and they've been there for so long, they can't be fired unless it's something really egregious that they do. And then they basically just sit around and don't want to work anymore. I mean, I don't know when the last time anybody went to the DMV was, but where I live, the DMV, the people that work there are tenured. And they're some of the slowest, most worthless wastes of space I have ever seen in my life. We have massive lines, and we don't live in one of the places like in Springfield where people were complaining about massive lines because of all the people that were here that weren't supposed to be here. These are just regular Americans. I mean, my neighbors, the people that live in my city, most of all of which are here legally, and we still have massive lines because the employees suck, because they have no reason to try to be better at what they do. There's no motivation. They have their set raises, all the stuff that they're going to get, and they get it whether they're good at their job or not, whether they're fast at it or not. And it's like, those are the things that I was hoping that by having a business-minded person coming into the White House, that we would start seeing stuff like that get cleaned up. Like, I just wanted to see that. And I mean, I guess you could argue that that's kind of happening at this point, but I mean, it definitely didn't happen in the first term, and the way that it's happening now isn't something that I would really say is a good way. So we've seen something different now, and it, so far it looks like there's some pretty big negatives to it.
We're solving world problems, Warfrin.
Yeah, Warfrin. Welcome to the channel. We're kind of continuing some of the conversations that we were having last night after we got out of stream.
So the thing about Trump is that he inherited a real estate business from his father.
Yeah.
He's tried. So the thing about Trump is what's interesting about him is that he swings big. Like, he tried to start, his own casino in the city. He's tried to start his own university, Trump University. He's done all these
Yeah,
different
flip-ups.
businesses, and the majority of them have failed. But like, one thing you could say about that motherfucker is that like when shit doesn't work, he moves on to the next idea. And the parallels I would draw to him was Abraham Lincoln was very much the same way. Something that a lot of people don't remember about Lincoln is that he tried to start a business, it failed. He tried to be a lawyer, it didn't work.
Yeah.
But he just kept at it until he became the president. And someone shot him in the back of the head.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theory that's going around that Trump is basically a puppet of Putin and what is left of the Russian Empire, and like I don't know how much of that is true. That's something that's very difficult to see, and just like anything else, when you're a hammer and you're looking for stuff, everything looks like a nail. So yeah, I mean, every little thing that doesn't go quite right, it's like, oh, they totally did this, but like Putin made him do this. You know, it's like I can just see people going nuts about that sort of thing. I did go and actually watch the video of Vance and Trump and Zelensky's little interview that they had, where a little bit of an attack broke out there. I don't know enough to really be able to say whether or not this was something that was influenced by Putin, or that, you know, Trump's trying to make this, you know, this certain thing go sideways because he's trying to side with Putin without actually saying that he's siding with Putin. I could see how that could be a thing. I see how that's a possibility. I'm not willing to say that that's where we're at right now. I think we need to go way over here. I think we're trying to get up on top of these things.
Yes.
But
I think people are trying to assign a level of intelligence
yeah,
to things that like I would not do. I think, very simply put, Trump is an abrasive character, and he says things. He's not used to being careful with his words, so he can say things
yeah,
that will put his foot in his mouth.
yeah. And like, that's what I'm saying, is a lot of people are calling that this stuff was orchestrated, and it's like I could kind of see how that is potentially a thing. I mean, attacking Zelensky because he didn't wear a suit. I mean, dude's in a fucking war, and as far as I can tell, the outfit that he wore was for solidarity for his people, and I don't personally see anything wrong with that. I like the fact that they were arguing over the fact that he didn't wear a suit. The only thing that I can say for sure is I feel like because of that incident that America is worse off. I think Trump and Vance made us look like a bunch of fucking retards by having that get blown out of proportion the way that it did.
The best way I can describe Trump's politics is he himself has described it. He views politics the way that people view WWE wrestling.
Yeah.
He thinks it's all show and pageantry, and
I mean, and to be fair, to an extent, that is a lot of it. I mean,
So-
no one's pulling nuke triggers. So if you're not pulling nuke triggers, then all you're doing is puffing up your chest, and you're just puffing up your chest, or like beating on your chest to try to outwit the other person, and that's all that is a smoke and laser show. I mean, that's it. So it's like he's not totally wrong, but the way that he went about this particular thing, whether it was orchestrated or whether it was not, regardless, it made us look like morons, in my opinion. So it's like I'm not happy about that situation at all.
Marcus Aurelius has a quote that I like to attribute to situations like this. He basically said, "Don't attribute malice what can be easily explained by stupidity."
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, there was an interview with, I forget what news media outlet it was, but they interviewed Zelensky afterwards. And, like one of the things that was brought up to me was that, Zelensky's a little slow with the English language. he doesn't have quite the command over it that a native English speaker has, and therefore may have gotten himself in a little deep. But he doesn't seem to feel that way. Like, they flat out asked him about that in the video, and I mean, and maybe that's stupidity. Maybe this is something that that was all planned and it's meant to look that way, and I'm gullible and falling for it. But he doesn't seem to feel that way, and I'm not willing to say that I think that it was planned. I personally think it was just some stupid bullshit going on in the background, and that Vance is just being a petty little bitch, and that's all there was to it. I mean, that's kind of what I feel like what's going on. I mean, I guess we'll see as things start to unfold. There's been a lot of times where I've seen Vance talk, and he talks really well. He's really slick and really smooth. But I mean, just like everyone, no one is infallible, and I think this is his Achilles heel. I think he's like he wants to have the upper hand at all times, and if he hasn't, he's willing to resort to pettiness to try to get his way. I think that's his Achilles heel.
And something we have to remember about Zelensky is that he is not a politician. He was a comedian who wasn't a fan of the Ukrainian government being as corrupt as it was, so he ran for president to try to change his country.
Yeah.
Good for him. Way to put your money where your mouth.
Yeah.
Which is also something that made me laugh. Like, a stand-up comedian became president. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like, I mean, like Warfarin saying in channel that Vance is a smart dude and it was a setup. I'm not willing to go that far. I don't feel, I'm not saying that Vance isn't smart, but I'm also saying he is definitely not above being petty. And so I'm not willing to say that I think it was a complete setup. But yeah, I mean, but that's kind of my argument, is the fact that, from what I have seen, I think Zelensky's doing a good job for his people. I think he's doing what a leader, should do. And he's not a fucking politician. I mean, that's that much more fuel to the argument that I made earlier, where I think that it's very viable for us to have a president that is not from an Ivy League college, that is not a, alleged master businessman or any of this other bullshit that everybody thinks that you have to have in order to lead a country. I don't think that stuff is necessary. I think the thing that's truly necessary is to have passion, because you have a massive board of advisors. You employ intellect. It's like, I think the passion is what makes the difference for true leaders.
Yeah. And drawing parallels, it's interesting that Trump has Elon Musk, because Musk is very much our generation's...
I'm not necessarily a big Musk fanboy either. I applaud the fact that he's been successful in the stuff that he's doing, but much like everything else, Musk has become a much bigger deal since he's been in the limelight. But how much of what Musk has done has been 100% Musk? I mean,
Thomas Edison.
Yeah, Thomas Edison. My biggest argument about Musk is why.
He told Musk when he started talking.
Yeah. here's my take on Musk, and I've wanted to actually say this, and I think I've considered even tagging Elon Musk in X specifically over this, just because. But here's my thought. Here's my take on Musk: is he claims that he's a man of the people and for the people, but he tries to elicit the support of gamers by doing the one thing that gamers absolutely will not tolerate, which is lying about your gaming prowess. And then here's my argument. As far as gamers are concerned, you don't even have to say the thing. The people are retarded. I went back and watched quite a few videos of that dude. That guy is fucking amazing. Oso, he a fucking amazing speaker. Really, really good stuff. But yeah, he had a topic on religion that I thought was phenomenal. Really, really cool. But yeah, there was a guy stuck in the ground that I was killing.
I was saying it's the same on yours.
Yeah, but yeah, the concept that I thought for Elon Musk is like he didn't even have to come out and say that the account was his, but the fact that he didn't say, oh hey, I'm just playing the game, somebody else collected up all this shit and leveled the character for me. I mean, like that's pretty heinous in the eyes of a gamer. It's like not admitting what's going on here makes you guilty by default. And so my argument for the whole time for this whole thing has been, and like I said, I would love to go and just tag Elon Musk and X with basically what I'm about to say right now, which is what you did was against the terms of service. If I got caught doing something like that, I would get banned in a heartbeat because it is against the terms of service, and that gaming company doesn't give a shit about me. And while the gaming company, I mean, it's open out there now. Everyone knows he did not play that character. It wasn't his. He just logged into it, was goofing around on it. Someone else did all the playing for him. In my opinion, he should delete the character. He should delete the account and say, hey, what I did was wrong. I led people to believe that this was my account and that I had collected all of this stuff. Even though I didn't specifically say that I did everything, I led everyone on into the fact that this was mine and I did this stuff. And that is wrong, and I should suffer the same consequences that anyone else should suffer. And if the company is not going to ban my account for breaking the terms of service, then I'm going to take it upon myself to delete my account and my character and apologize to the gaming community for what I have done. The dude's a fucking multi-billionaire. He shouldn't give a shit about that account. I mean, that should be like, it's more about what he has to say and the action behind it than what he's actually losing. He isn't losing shit. But it's like, to a lot of people, that would go really far, and I think it would, I mean, honestly, I don't understand why his own team hasn't come up with that as a saving face for that concept. But I mean, that would just go to show if he would have done it on his own, from his own volition, that he was actually serious about what he's doing. But if he's willing to lead people on about some bullshit in a fucking video game, what is he doing right now with the government that he's not fucking telling people about? Something that actually means something, you know, about our future. It's like, what's going on there that he's not being completely open and transparent about? It's like, if you can't be transparent about a fucking video game, why would anyone think you could be transparent about anything involving government? So it's like, that's my challenge to Elon Musk. Delete your fucking account. Own up to what you fucked up and show people that you can be responsible. It's like, if he truly wants people to, you know, to accept him, then do what's needed. Yeah, I know.
Well, see, the thing is that you've hit the nail on the head about his entire motif. Like, and that's something that I've always had a problem with him, is that he has not... Everyone counts him as this great inventor. He hasn't invented anything. He just buys companies.
Well, I mean, and that's like with me. I can't speak on that because I haven't researched him. I know what other people have said, but I don't have 100% proof, and to be honest, I just don't feel the need to, because for the most part, I don't run a political channel. You know, like, my channel is just, when I'm streaming, I talk about whatever, but all of the recorded and saved stuff for like my YouTube side of things is 100% about games, and I don't want to turn it into a political channel, but I do like talking about some politics, because politics are going to affect gaming and stuff like that in some way, shape, form, or fashion, and it's also just kind of started to become a personal interest of mine, I guess, as I've started to age, being more interested in politics and how things are working. But I don't want to take the time to research Elon Musk currently, because it's just, to me, it's kind of irrelevant at this point. There's too many other things that I could be focused on that doesn't really involve Elon Musk, because arguably at the end of the day, he's not a politician, and what he can and can't do is fairly limited. I guess depending on how much, you know, Trump will back him. You know, the video of Trump sucking Elon's toes, you know. But So we'll see what all that actually leads into as far as how much Trump is willing to back what Elon's wanting to do. But my concern, like the things that I want to research is more stuff involving Trump and things along those lines.
Okay. Yeah.
You can a little bit, Warfarin, but we've kind of messed around with some different options, and there's not a whole lot that can really be done. Because if we change the way, I mean, this whole page is completely customized and designed by Nell, but it's still an aspect ratio issue where if we make the play areas bigger, then just more of it gets cut off from each other. The ones that we have seen that I would have liked to have had are from streamers who play on widescreen monitors, so they have a different aspect ratio, which will allow for a better system. But if we cut this to where we move the screens around so that you could technically see more of the video, you actually lose more screen real estate than you're gaining. And this is actually larger. You're seeing more of the game window currently than what you were in the previous
Flip it to the other one.
page that we had.
I still have it up.
Well, it's not going to show.
Oh, it's not going to show mine, but it'll show yours.
But yeah, but like this is the one that we were using.
Also, keep follow me.
So you're seeing more of the game now than what we were on the previous one.
Okay.
Well, as far as the political things go, I agree with you about the education. Because, really sad fact, but people keep failing the ASVAB for military, so they have now lowered the standard of the ASVAB tests so that more people can get a higher score to get into the military, which I think is like...
Yeah, I mean, and that's a serious issue. It's like, and that's why I say we really need to. It's not going to be an instant fix, but I mean, we need to seriously start investing money into education, because the fact that education is poor right now, and what we have done based on previous decisions about education, we're feeling the trickle-down effects of that right now. And if we don't do something to alter the level of education, every single possible test, every single thing about our future is going to just continue to diminish. It's like education is the answer to the problem that we're having, in my opinion, right now. It's like we need to have more intelligent people. We need to have people that are interested in things other than whatever bullshit they're interested in currently. But it's like so many people just don't care about anything right now, specifically in the United States, that, it's a huge issue. And now we're starting to lower requirements for people to get in. I mean, what do you think that's going to do to our military when we lower our expectations of the military? I mean, look at what happened to our police force when we A, lowered the expectations of the police force, and then B, increased we lowered the expectation of the individual officer that was coming in, but then we increased what we expected those officers to be able to handle, and look what that got us. It's like we got to a point to where we wanted to defund the entire concept of police. And it's like, that's definitely not the answer. Look at New York City. I mean, how's that going for them? So, and we're like, now we're kind of moving to the same way with the military. It's like, then the military is going to be upside down, and
then we're fucked.
Yeah.
They'll say, hey, here's some free beer. Why don't you guys go over here? The whole team goes over. All right, let's invade.
Yeah.
So,
like, eventually you'll be able to win wars with hookers and blow. I mean.
So the thing about America that is like, any country that tries to invade us is gonna have a really fun time doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because of redneck. Like there's a
Yeah.
comedian who had a joke about that. Like any country that invades us,
But
they're
that's the
going to be-
problem, though. I mean, I am less concerned with individual companies that want to invade us than what like a lot of the success of America is the esteem at which other countries hold us in. You know, where for a long time our country have been the protectors, the peacekeepers. What happens when our military goes to shit? And they're all, I mean, we're already at the point to where we're seeing videos of people doing stupid ass shit in the military, you know, raping random people in places that they're going to take over and stuff. I mean, we're basically turning into a barbarian horde. And what's it going to look like if it keeps getting worse? We're going to lose what little respect we have from other countries, and that's when you start doing a serious problem. I'm not concerned about one other country wanting to invade us. I'm concerned about when the rest of the world finally gets sick of our shit and decides that we don't need to exist anymore. That's my concern. There's no number of rednecks that are going to stop that invasion.
Okay.
I mean, and it's not necessarily something that would even happen in our lifetime, but eventually.
There are 3 countries that could potentially invade America at currently, and we're allies with 2 of them. So.
Yeah, but I mean, that's my argument, is how long will allies continue to put up with us if everything about our country just keeps degrading?
Oh yeah, I think that we do need to see change.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think that we definitely need to overhaul things. The police force is one of them, because the way that they are acting right now is just it's no bueno.
Do we need these plants?
No.
We don't have this yet? Okay.
No, we don't have it yet.
And hilariously, the reason why the police force is the way it is because of Joe Biden. And this is where people have, I don't know if they have short-term memory loss or if they just don't read it.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
with the number of problems that we have with the police force and things along those lines, I can't even argue that it's Joe Biden. I mean, it's like there's too much mass issue for it to be the cause of one person.
Okay, so he was one of the catalysts of it, and it's
Yeah,
because-
I would agree that he had a part to play in it, but yeah.
So back in the late 80s and early 90s, he introduced the broken windows policy, which basically any crime, whether big or small, he believed that people should serve a mandatory minimums for it, which is what instituted a larger police force that were, because like before then, police would only really worry about serious crimes. They weren't really worried about the petty stuff. But then, because he instituted that policy, because the thought process was like, well, if they're breaking windows, they'll eventually be crack dealers.
Yeah.
It's an interesting parallel to draw, sir.
Yeah.
Really a
But
quest for it.
Yeah, and like Warfarin was saying there, that they won't have to invade us. We're going to go to war with each other again. Yeah, I mean, and that's the issue. I mean,
yeah,
know-
I mean, there's even a movie that came out about that.
yeah.
Civil War. If you haven't seen it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like I kind of feel like this shit that's gone sideways with Zelensky and Vance and Trump. I mean, this could be the thing that people are reading about 100 years from now on the initial things that caused the beginning of World War III. I mean, it's like in my opinion, that was a very serious issue, regardless of if it was instigated or if it was just somebody being a retard because they couldn't let something go. It's like at the end of the day, it's bad either way.
I would agree.
What? It's not? Close it. Sorry, hold on a second. Okay. I'll take us back to town. And...
Is it dinner time?
Yeah.
What are we getting this time?
We're having okame for dinner today.
Okame. It
yeah.
is a.
Yeah,
it's
okame.
like
sorry.
Chipotle, but Asian.
Yeah, it's Japanese Chipotle. you basically go in and you pick between 2 different kinds of rice, and then you pick proteins, and then various vegetables and things like that. But you know, all of it's more of an Asian cuisine. You know, you have seaweed as an option for food, and you know, you can get tofu and. It's good. Do the thing and back to town. I'm gonna switch it back to solo because Nell's gonna be disappearing for a little bit here. And
Sure. Asian Chipotle. So is it tortilla? Is it a wrap?
no, it's a
Like,
bowl. Let's get it a bowl.
Okay.
I think the Chipotle comment was just the, you know, it's kind of like the traditional like Subway Chipotle or Qdoba, you know, things like that. Moe's, just where you go in and they just have a pile of stuff and you just pick all the stuff you want on it, and then you move down the line.
Uh-huh. So the word you're looking for is a quick service.
Basically.
The quick service restaurant.
Though I feel fewer people would necessarily understand what that meant.
Yeah, but I am a person that believes that using the proper verbiage.
Oh, I agree. I definitely think using the proper verbiage is good, but unless we're gonna start up some English lessons and explain to 40 billion people why it's a bad idea to use words that don't mean what they think it means. For all of the future generations that come back and watch our video.
I'm just always of the mind, if someone doesn't understand what a word means, by all means ask away, but we should.
Yeah, I mean, we just that's one of the problems is we don't really live in that era. I mean, there's tons of words out there now that people make up that end up becoming the new word that people go with. Does that mean you converted to disco?
I'm sorry.
Or for instance, 6 months ago he disconverted.
Mm.
He said he got attacked, so he didn't get to finish his thought there. He discovered that savory means salty. He always thought it just meant tasty. And what he was trying to say was he discovered, then was attacked.
Uh-huh.
Get your fingers jumpy when you start getting beat on.
Hail.
But yeah, like there's,
Lady
I mean, there's so many
Eternal
words in the English language that people don't use properly already.
You wish to speak?
Am honestly no
May the
difference on
eternal
that.
sun shine upon you.
I'm sure there are words that I use that aren't necessarily their exact meaning, but I mean, like, we're even coming up with words like, like grifter is a good one that people have just come up with, and that's just what they use it for. But then there are words that already exist that mean what grifter means. So why not just use that word instead of making up a new one that 80% of the population doesn't know? They don't even know the word exists. once again comes back down to we need a stronger education foundation. I feel like better education could fix a whole lot of the problems that the United States has, but I also feel like that the people who are in power are afraid of people having a better education.
Yeah, what's really funny though is that grifter is actually
Looking for something special.
something that they used turn of the century.
Yeah, maybe. What was the definition of it at the time?
Someone who ran scams, otherwise known as a con artist.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely,
So,
definitely not what they're using it for these days.
So the most notable, the first version of the word came up because it is a famous case. It is where, so this guy claimed that he had a Stradivarius violin. It's one of the rarest violins in the world. Claimed he had it, sold it to a guy for a ton of money. Person had it appraised, found out it was a fake, and then the news article covering it called the person a grifter.
Interesting.
And then the word stuck. But yeah, grifter basically just means someone who, because grifting is the act of scamming someone out of money for various reasons.
I guess they're using it for a similar, but not necessarily exactly the same meaning. For what they use it for now, but the concept now is more along the lines of spreading fake news for the benefit of making money off of it.
Yeah, which is not the definition of a grifter.
Yeah, I mean it's similar. It's still basically trying to screw people over, but not in the form of selling an item that isn't legitimate. But it is.
Well, a grifter is just basically another
As
word
the wind
for
on the
con.
plains.
Yeah.
Always welcome.
I mean, I guess maybe some people could argue that you're getting conned out of your money because they're telling you something that you want to hear so they can get your money for it. Maybe that's where it's coming from, but most of the people that use the word and try to describe the definition of it these days don't explain it that way. So maybe that's where it came from. Maybe there were some smarter people out there that was like, this is basically the same thing, and then people that are using it just don't really understand why it was used to begin with.
There is a YouTuber. His name is the Birdman.
The what?
The Birdman.
Okay, I think you've spoken about him before, actually.
Well, he has a theory that the majority of people on the internet are parrots. They hear something,
My wind riders
and
are
then
trained to fly
they
quickly through the
regurgitate
hot
it.
Baron's air.
You know, look or sound smart, which
Interesting that he chose the name Birdman then.
his claim to fame is there is a YouTube channel called Cinema Sins where they review movies and ding them for continuity errors, things like that, but that's what they originally were, and then over time they've just morphed into a quote-unquote comedy channel where they just basically sin something they just don't like in the movie.
Mhm.
And so his original he did Cinema Sins where he sinned Cinema Sins for their sins of the movie. A reaction to a reaction, basically. But he gets a lot of people. He attacks a lot of people for the exact thing that you were describing. He has a thing called Exposing the Grift, where he basically shows how people are trying to use the YouTube platform to push their political agenda.
Yeah.
No.
I wanna coin a new phrase. It's called tripping the grift.
Yeah.
Pulled from the old TV series Tripping the Rift. But we'll coin it as the act of grifting. Tripping the grift. There we go.
There you go.
Heard it first right here.
We were here.
All four of you. All four of you heard it first right here.
So there is a movie reviewer. His name is The Critical Drinker, and
I think I've heard of that person.
he is Scottish, and a lot of his reviews, he hates things. How do I describe this? He hates things that tend to lean towards women or liberal ideas, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the premise behind Birdman.
What are
was
you
that
looking for?
He doesn't really believe
Which
this.
profession?
He's just saying these
Arnold
things
makes good bandages.
to try to
Find him at the
elicit
survival of the
donation.
fittest hut on the shore of the lake next to Spirit
Yeah.
Lodge in the Valley of Spirits. It's above and to the west of the Valley of Strength.
But I think he's the one who started calling people grifters, and then other people have been parroting his
Potentially, yeah.
grump ever since, because an original idea, what's that?
Yeah.
But I would agree with you that a lot of people tend to use the definitions of words incorrectly. Because words do have meanings. And hey, funny enough, that's how most arguments begin, because semantics.
Yeah.
You think a word
Warfarin
means
says
something.
if it's not Scottish, it's crap.
Would you rather trust your goods with a goblin?
You think a word means this thing. I think it means something else. We debate.
Yeah.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, I think that's the problem, though, is most people don't debate because the average person's education level is so low that they don't have the vocabulary to be able to have the argument or the debate, which is another one of those words where it's funny, the word argument, and how its usage has changed over time. Like, most people look at an argument as a thing that is bad, but it's like an argument and a debate are basically the same thing.
Well, yeah, you make an argument in a debate. An argument is just a series of facts and or opinions that you form in order to persuade the other person to your way of thinking.
Mm.
It's not inherently in itself bad. The question is, are my facts and opinions persuading to you?
Yeah. I guess in theory, argument and debate are related, whereas people don't have an argument, they have a debate, and the arguments are the things which they're discussing in said debate.
Right. So to your point, a debate is basically we choose a topic. Is Star Wars Revenge of the Sith the best movie in the franchise? And you can argue.
you didn't pick a loaded question at all there, did you?
Well, you can argue for either the positive or the negative. So either you do think that this is the best movie in the franchise.
I just want to know who's going to step up and argue for the affirmative on that one.
There will be people that do, though. That's a thing. There are people that believe that.
I'm sure there are. I'm just really interested to see who they are.
Okay, what do you think is the best movie from the franchise?
I don't honestly know. I don't really have an opinion on which one is the best one. I definitely have opinions on which ones are bad. But,
okay? Which one?
Oh,
which movie
speaking of which,
okay.
Hopefully everybody that is a Star Wars fan has heard that the bitch Kathleen Kennedy is finally stepping the fuck down, and maybe we'll get some real Star Wars movies again. We'll see. But bane of fucking Star Wars existence right there.
The three candidates to replace her, I believe, are Kevin Feige. What's that guy's name? The guy who did the Clone Wars TV show.
I don't know.
I'll look into it and let you know. But yeah, John Favreau is one of them. But there's a few people.
I
that,
kind of would like to see Favreau get it. I think he might do an okay job.
Yeah, I just think she didn't understand who her audience was when she was.
I think she was a corporate shill, is what I think.
Okay, I was trying to be polite, but sure. Rip the Band-Aid off. She's a corporate shill, probably.
Let's see. I meant to go get first aid and started jumping circles and not paying attention.
Either way, under her.
Think we give her too much credit for what I mean. That's very possibly true. Once again, it's one of those things in the background. But just like with Bobby Kochlick and Activision, he's probably not 100% responsible, but he's the face we were given, and I fucking hate him for it. Same as her. They want to give me a different face and tell me whose fault it really was, then I can transfer that hate, because I understand that these people are not directly responsible, but they're just the face we were given. So that's why I hate her.
that is most of the point. Leader is that when things go bad, it is on your shoulders. You are the head.
Yeah, yeah.
And when things go great, hooray! But when things go bad, it's on you too. So.
Yeah, like especially with Bobby Kotick, I don't hate him as a person. I hate him as the face of the things that happened, because he is the one that everyone is led to believe was the cause of it. It's like I always find it very difficult to believe that one person or one event is the thing that causes something that is cherished or beloved by millions or even tens of millions of people. I always find it really difficult that one thing can be the downfall.
If you have come here
it's
to learn,
generally a
I shall do
series
my
of
best to
events
teach.
and a series of people involved in making those kinds of things happen. But like I said, he's the face, so he's the one. He's the one that the hatred goes to. But I'm at least big enough to say, if you can show me the person that's actually responsible, I will hate them instead.
But there lies the rub. They're shielding the person or persons responsible. And he's the captain. He went down with the ship as
Yeah.
he should.
Yeah, he embraced it. But I mean, to be fair, for all of the faults that people view him for having, he's basically the only person at Activision that actually fought for the Guitar Hero series. Like, he really wanted to see that series keep going, and he wanted to bring it back, after it kind of failed, because he thought it was a good series. I actually really liked the rhythm games that were out at that period. I spent thousands of dollars on Rock Band myself, and played the shit out of that game. I owned most of the Guitar Hero games when they came out, and it took me a long time to get into those games too. I was kind of like behind the times on that one, because at first I thought they were stupid and I just didn't get it. And years after the first Guitar Hero came out, I finally got around to playing one. I was like, you know what, these are actually kind of fun. And a bunch of friends and we used to play the shit out of it all the time. So it's like, if he would have succeeded in getting that brought back, or making it a little more mainstream again, it's like that could have been something that he was known positively for, but unfortunately it didn't end up happening. So
I think it just drives back to our culture in general. Like, when things happen, we want to find a person, no matter what level of involvement they've had, to be the villain of the story, because that's what we've been led to believe, is that they're heroes and they're a villain, they're protagonists. But the real world is not as cut and dry as that. Like, I feel like maybe he knew about what was going on, maybe he didn't, but
Yeah.
yeah. But of course, because he's the CEO and heads will roll, his head was on the chopping block.
Yep. And he walked away with a nice big fat paycheck.
Yeah, I mean that's half the reason why he was probably okay with it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk away with multi-million dollars. I'm good.
Yeah, it's like, you want to pay me a $280 million severance, and I'll be the fall guy for all the bad things that happen? Sure, I'll take that. I'll go buy a nice little island and play all the games that I want and not give a shit about what anybody thinks. Basically just killing a little time on the hunter here while I wait for Nell to return so we can get back to leveling.
Have you heard of the story of the Doom of Damocles?
I have heard of it.
Okay, well, to refresh your memory, it was a story. It's about a king. I forget which Greek city-state. But he was holding a banquet, and one of his guests was like, yeah, man, it must be fucking awesome to be king because you get all this food and wine and women love you and shit. And he's like, yeah, you don't really know what it's like, do you? He's like, all right, I'll let you be king for the week. But here's the caveat. I'm going to hang a sword over your head. And if at any point you do something that the majority of people deems that they don't like, that sword will come down and kill you.
Did he make it?
Yes, because he decided against that, but basically the guy was like, yeah, heavy life, like, it's awesome to be king until it's not.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's the same with anything. I mean, that kind of goes back to my argument earlier of the tiny little infinitesimally small world that everyone on the planet lives in, but yet they think they are worldly. People just don't understand the plight of the other side. They just it's always grass is greener. Oh, billionaire, your life must be amazing.
Well, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine the concept of being the smartest person in the world and then having to carry on conversations with the common folk. It's like, that in and of itself would be maddening.
One of my favorite episodes of House was on that very topic. It was a guy, he was a prodigy, a genius engineer who, because of the love of a woman, decided to it's called robo scripting.
I know that episode.
Yeah, he decided to dumb himself down because he just didn't like being the smartest guy in the room.
He loved his wife, but he couldn't handle talking to her because she was an idiot.
Yeah, so he decided to make himself stupid to be with her. Like, that's just brings a tear to your eye. It's beautiful. Like, they asked, is that good? That he's like, yeah, I'll be stupid, it's fine.
I don't know, the basic concept of that episode kind of irked me a little. It's like, why didn't you just educate her?
Hey, we're not saying he was a rational being.
That's valid. That's valid. came to the sad conclusion that linen cloth has essentially no value on this server. I was actually going to sell it, but an entire stack of it isn't even worth like 5 silver, I don't think.
Linen won't. When you get to silk and up, it will be.
Actually, wool is very expensive for whatever reason right now. Wool is worth way more than silk. I don't know what it is about wool right now that people are after, but good money being a sheep farmer.
You're right.
Speaking of sheep farming, I still think it would be really cool if they ever got around to inventing an MMO that you could play where being an adventurer wasn't the only valid way to level. Like a way to level your character to a maximum skill that didn't involve fighting anything. Where, you know, doing something like being a sheep farmer was a valid option in a game, and you could just, you know, you could be a farmer.
I am an orc
practice
of
some
medicine.
animal
person.
husbandry.
If you have
and
come here to learn, I
that,
shall
like,
do my best
you
to
just
teach.
farmed a whole bunch
Go
of
for it.
random animals and sold all their products, and that was how you made your income, and you could get really good at doing it. I think a game like that would be pretty fun to play.
It would be interesting.
Vanguard, yeah. Yeah, I know Vanguard had a lot of issues early on with like lag and stuff like that, but there was just something about that game in general that I didn't like. Like I don't know what it was about it, but it just had a weird feel to it even when the servers weren't jacked. And I just never could get into it. That was one that I bought into the collector's edition on. I think I actually still have the little metal tin around here somewhere, like in one of the closets in the back room. The aesthetic was boring. Yeah, that probably was a little bit to do with it. The characters, like the movement in the game, just had a really weird feel to it as well. You kind of felt floaty or disconnected. The combat kind of was the same way.
But I think you have a good idea with that, because there are games like Farming Simulator and Stardew Valley. So combine that with an MMO and make it. It's not all combat. You actually have to do other shit. Be interesting.
Yeah, I think it would be an interesting concept. I liked some, like, Ultima Online, and there was another game that they made not too awful long ago that was kind of like a spiritual successor to Ultima Online. It was another company that made a very, very similar game, like almost carbon copy. And both of those games had the ability to do those kinds of things. Like, you could be a blacksmith, and all of the skills that you had were based off of crafting and blacksmithing, and then you could forego some because you could all the different skills you took could level up to 100, but you could only have 700 points worth of skills, so that limited how many skills that you could max out. And so you could forego some crafting skill if you wanted the same character to also be a miner, or you could just create another character and make that character a miner, or you could buy stuff from other players. Which I guess that's the difficult thing about how exactly do you get started in being a crafter. If someone goes out and does mining and harvests a bunch of ore, well, if they smelt all that up, well, now they have a commodity that they want to sell. Well, if you're trying to be a crafter and you don't have any wares to sell, then you can't buy ore from the miner to be able to make stuff to then sell it, unless you can work out some sort of a deal with the miner where it's like, hey, you give me your ore, I'll craft it into weapons and armor, and I will sell that stuff, and then we split the funding. So like that's one of the issues that you kind of run into because you don't really have any capital in which to get started.
And for the Twitch people, it's minor as in person that harvests rock, not
Children.
person that's underage. We're not making deals with underage people. I just want to clarify that.
I mean, if you're playing games, there's a good chance you're making deals with underage people, but
But I don't. Twitch, we're not doing that. we're not making deals with children. It's not a thing.
I mean, I hear that's a common thing with some Twitch people out there.
I mean, we've already hit all the buzzwords, so I'm sure there's somebody like listening in on this conversation. So I'm just wanting to iterate that point.
I hear it's a disrespectful take to have, so. But yeah, I think those games kind of came the closest to having that sort of a system. The biggest problem I think that game had was no mass communication. Like there was no way to really talk to people that weren't on your screen, with the exception of they did have this weird system where you could have long distance conversations with specific people, where you would have this item and you could the other person had to have the item and then you attuned them together. Then anything you said was also displayed on their screen so they could see it. But any time that item was turned on, they could see anything you said. It wasn't just simply, I'm sending a message to this specific person. It's like, no, if you were talking, that the other person could read anything you said while that item was turned on. So that could get interesting, especially if you're trying to shit talk somebody behind their back. It's one thing to mistell something to the wrong person, but when you forget you have your little link shell turned on and you just start talking to random people, it could be a little weird.
That's why you should never say something behind someone's back.
Exactly.
Do not say it to their face.
Exactly.
Like that bloody shots bastard.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he's in the room, damn it.
Yeah, you summoned him earlier. He's probably here somewhere, lurking. But yeah, I think it would be pretty neat. I kind of had I was mildly excited about the concept of Star Citizen coming out because it seemed like they were trying to make something similar to that. I was a little less interested in it because it's space oriented. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like at the end of the day, the Star Citizen is essentially just vaporware. It's like that game has been going for so long and it's still not a game. Like I'm not completely satisfied that if you were to buy into it, that you would actually get to play it during your lifetime.
So you prefer the swords and the horses fantasy to be...
Yeah, I've always leaned more towards the fantasy side of things. I do like some space things, it just not really in the way that they do it. The whole like open world concept I don't enjoy as much. Space content I like more as a purely co-op style or single player games. I used to play a lot of Wing Commander back in the day. It was a really cool game.
Oh, Wing Commander. I watched that movie just the other day.
That's funny.
God, it was horrible.
Wing Commander didn't it have like Freddie Prinze Jr. in it? And then that dude that always hung around with him, I can't remember what his name was, but he's in like every single one of his movies.
Matthew Lillard.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's actually funny. I had a friend of mine back when I used to hang out in the arcades all the time, that his name was JP, but everybody called him the Pope, for the Pope John Paul. But he looked like almost identical to Freddie Prinze Jr. It was really, really funny. Especially like if we'd go out to the clubs or something like that, people would actually mistake him for Freddie Prinze Jr. It's like, what do you think Freddie Prinze Jr. would be doing in a random club in this shitty ass fucking town? Come on, man. I mean, it could happen, but not super likely.
Possible, but not really.
Yeah, possible, but not probable. So we'll go out and shoot some stuff. I think Nell's going to end up taking a little longer than I was expecting her to.
But I agree with you. Those I love those games, and the movie. I think the movie really tried its best, but it just goes to prove why you have to be careful with video game adaptations, because they tend to miss the plot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that was one of the ones that kind of. But I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, like, most gamers can look at a movie adaptation and go, you guys missed everything that was good about the game, and you just made up a bunch of crap that has nothing to do with the game, and that's most likely why your movie failed. It's like, I just don't understand why, when you have someone that's making a movie adapted from a game, that they don't at least have a couple of gamers on their staff that kind of explains some nuance or something. Like, here's why people actually like this game, and here's some things you could do to make a movie about this game that people would want to see.
And it's something I blame the cinema, those board members and stuff in general. Because they try to change things because they don't think it's going to appeal to a wider audience.
Yeah.
One of the examples I give is like, so in the comic books, what's the big bad dude?
Thanos?
Yes. In the comic books, he's killing people because he's in love with Lady Death. And so he's trying to impress her by sending her souls. But they thought that wouldn't fly with today's audience, so they changed it to where he was
trying to save the galaxy by
right.
killing all of the people and reducing the consumption.
Right, which I'm like, I think the comic book reason is both way more sinister and yet way better of an idea.
Well, and it also tied in, I think, didn't Bloodpool have he had a big thing going on with Lady Death as well, and that's also kind of why Thanos and Bloodpool weren't big friends.
Yeah, so...
Or Bloodpool, Deadpool. God, I said it like 3 times, didn't even catch it. Deadpool.
Yeah, so Thanos was into Lady Death, but Lady Death wasn't really into him the same way. It was kind of a one-sided relationship.
Mm-hmm.
He was in love with Deadpool.
Yeah.
And so that is why Thanos in the comic books couldn't die. He couldn't die because Death wouldn't let him die, because he did when he go to see Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And Deadpool in the comic books did everything he could to die because he was also in love with Lady Death and wanted to be with her. And so every time he died, the precious moments he had, he could spend with her before being regenerated. And so for the most of the Deadpool comic books, he's trying to die so that he can finally be with the Lady Death.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of experience with adaptations of books to movies or things like that. Like I've seen it a lot in video games, but even in the books concept and like this, I didn't know hardly anything about comics before the MCU was a thing. I was never big into collecting comics when I was younger. What little things I did know, I learned from a handful of friends that collected comic books. And there's only been one experience in my life where I have read a really good book that ended up becoming a movie. Like normally it's the other way around, or what I'm reading doesn't ever make it to to the movie front. I read a lot of R.A. Salvatore, pretty much every book that he ever released, which at this point is probably 40, 50, 60 books, something like that. And that's pretty much always been my guilty pleasure of reading, has been reading his stuff. And I just I haven't had a whole lot of experience going like the backwards way, because like I said, with his books, none of them have ever been made into a movie, so I've never experienced that. But I did experience Aragon. I read through pretty much that entire series before the movie was made, and it's like I don't know what they were thinking when they were making that movie, but so much of that was just like, how is this a thing? Like what part of this did you guys think was going to set well with any audience, much less fans of the book? It's like you essentially alienated the fans of the book immediately. And then what you did have for a plot was not really good for anyone from that point forward. It's like even people that weren't fans of the book would watch this movie and go like, okay, so this dragon is a little bitty baby dragon, and it flies into the sky and goes behind some clouds and comes out, and it's 100 years old. And it's like, and nothing about this book has anything to do with time travel or mysterious aging dragons. They felt like 80% of the first book was irrelevant information, and it's like that builds so much on the rest of the story. And it was also a 4-book series, and they did the whole thing in like 1 2-hour movie. And I mean, they just gutted so much from it. It's like there was nothing left to actually get into. It's like I can understand it if you cut out some of the side stuff, or maybe some of the slow points that you don't think will resonate well with with an audience, or you're just trying to do it in a lesser amount of time, so you have to cut out some side character that ultimately doesn't play any major role in anything that happens in the story. That's understandable, but it's like they were just cutting out main characters and cutting out entire plot lines and stuff, and it's like, yeah, the whole reason that all this stuff went sideways has a lot to do with all of the shit that you just cut out. It always blows my mind what people who are making movies seem to think. And it's kind of one of those things that was alluded to in a video that I was watching about some of the presidential stuff recently, was just the whole concept about how we have groups of people that think they understand what all of the other people on the planet think, and then when it comes to light and there's a vote, it's like, yeah, you had no fucking clue, but you had everyone else believing you knew what was going on, but in reality you didn't know anything. And it's like you see that in politics, like you did with the recent election. Everybody thought the election was going to go one way, and it didn't. And then with movies, you see it when everybody thought it was going to go one way, and then the movie was released, and it didn't go the way they thought it was going to go.
And the reason why people thought it was going to go the way that they thought it was going to go was because of the corruption of media.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, when Kamala Harris tried to get the Democratic nomination, she was not popular. And people act like they just, again, they totally forgot how not popular she was with people, because no, we need her. It's like, oh God.
Yeah. I guess it's like it's all about the media in general. That's like I said, I think the media has too much control, especially when you like look at just how it relates to video games in general, and in Gamergate and this, like, where can you go and see an honest review on a video game? It's like we have seen video games that are the biggest pieces of shit that has ever existed. On a scale of 1 to 10, when was the last time you saw a video game that was rated with a 1? There have been plenty of ones that have released, But when was the last time you actually saw one rated with a 1? It's like if Concord wasn't a 1, I don't know what is. It's like that game literally cannibalized itself.
True.
It was a failure in every aspect, save, I guess, one, which was making 2% of the population feel like that they were included. I guess it succeeded at that, but I mean, in my opinion, that's still a 1. Oh, this is gonna get bad. I'm out. But yeah, just the amount of gaming media out there that just gives, like, almost everything is like between a 6 and an 8 these days. It's like, why do you have a 10 number rating system if everything that's coming out only uses 3 numbers? My argument at that point is if you only use 3 numbers, then let's just change the rating system to 1, 2, and 3. But then literally every game would just become a 2 at that point. Yeah, IGN always a 7. The Golem game, didn't that get like a 5? I think that one actually got a 5. And that's kind of my argument is, to me, a 5 is the middle of the road. So it's like if a game is like, I would play it, I probably won't remember it, that's a 5. And one of the worst games that has ever launched got a 7, and then a close runner-up got a 5.
To your point, they're bought and paid for it. Like, they're paid.
Well, I mean, it's not even necessarily that they're paid. It's so much more sinister than that. So I have a friend that I used to play a lot of Xbox games and stuff with, and he got into doing a review site. So his argument for doing it was, I want free games early. So he got, pretty much any game that he wanted completely for free, and he would get them early. And he was go figure, he was a huge achievement whore on Xbox. And the main reason that he wanted them is because A, he wanted to have an insanely high gamer score, which means you have to have an insane number of games. He didn't want nor had the means to buy them, so this was an option. And he could get them early, which means he could get his name in the top 10 people that complete a game as long as he's diligent about getting all the achievements done, because he'll get them 2-3 weeks before they're launched. So it's like, if you have a 3-week lead on a game and you can't be in the top 10 people in the world to complete the game, something's probably wrong. But yeah, I mean, if you go to the True Achievements site, he has so many first, second, or third place on completing the 1,000 points for a game, because he would get tons of them. And here's where the corruption part of it comes in. For one, he got into that because, being big into wanting to get achievement points, he started getting to know people on the True Achievements website, and those people were already in this system. Excuse me. So he got to know these people, and then they all started vouching for him with their connections at given companies. So it's not really nepotism, but then that's one of the things that I find funny when people whine nepotism. It's like, anyone's going to use an advantage to get into something if they have it. If it's nepotism, that's what it is. What is it called when your friends get you into stuff? A hookup? I mean, whatever. It's like, the fact that it was a family member that got you in is kind of irrelevant. If anybody has a chance to get their foot in the door because somebody that they know can get them in there, they're going to take it. And that's exactly what this guy did. He had a lot of friends that were game reviewers and got free copies of games, and they had a good rapport with people that made the decisions on who got to be a reviewer for games. So they set him up with all these connections, and he got in and started doing it.
Great.
And the
Not bad,
number one
adventurer.
thing that all of his
Those
friends
Zebra
told
hold a lot
him
of strength
was,
in their legs.
if you're going to
A
do
sharp
reviews
kick
on
from
these
them, not
games,
even a
don't ever give a bad review, because if you give a bad review, they won't let you have copies of the games to review anymore. And you know, and that's one of the things that I think would be more interesting is I think that it would be cool if something similar to the ESRB existed, where if you wanted your game to be reviewed, you send 10,000 copies to the ESRB. And if you want to be a game reviewer, you put an application into the ESRB. So it's a three-party system at this point. It's not the people that develop the game and then the people that review the game work out a deal and go, oh, well, we'll give you the game and you give us a good review, and if you give us a bad review, we're not giving you any more games. So it kind of cuts back on that, but then have like the ESRB or some other entity that is the middleman for this, and then the distribution is, well, we have 30,000 people that want to review games, but we only get 10,000 copies of the game. So we pick 10,000 people at random out of our 30,000 potential people, and we send them all a copy of the game. So you're not getting every copy of every game that comes out for every company, and all of it is a little more anonymous, I guess, on who's getting it until the reviews actually launched. So I think a system like that would be way better off, because that was also the other thing is they didn't do a whole lot of checking to really determine whether or not this friend of mine was doing good work. He had a website that he posted up, and he did post reviews on there, but he told me on many occasions he frequently would go find someone else's review, copy pasta it into a Word document, and just go in and restructure, like change words and sentences or restructure something about the way that it was done, so it wasn't a direct plagiarism. And I mean, and arguably, if you take someone else's words and you restructure them, it's not even technically plagiarism at all anymore, because you've changed how, you know, the thing has been said. But he basically didn't do any of the work himself. He would just go take someone else's work, reword it, and then throw that up on his website. You know, so he wasn't even putting up a valid opinion. So he was getting a free copy of the game. He was getting it insanely early and was doing absolutely nothing for it. And there's too many people out there that are willing to do that kind of thing and give a good review, which behooves companies to do that sort of thing. Either give us a good review or we're not giving you a copy of the game, because there's 50,000 more nerds out here that want a free copy of our game that will give us a good review. And because they do direct setups between the reviewer and the company that is sending out the review copy, there's no checks and balances for who it is that's doing the reviews and whether or not there's any inside deals going on where it's like, well, you can keep getting free copies as long as we keep getting good reviews. It's like, and me personally, I couldn't do something like that. It's like, I would love to get free copies of games. It would definitely make checkbook balancing way easier. For those of you that don't understand, that's when you actually look at the amount of money that's incoming to your bank account, and you record the amount of things that you're spending from your bank account and ensure that you don't go negative. I know that's a very foreign concept for a lot of younger people these days, but yeah, it would be way easier for checkbook balancing on not having to pay for games anymore. But I feel compelled to actually play the game and give it a truthful review. So I never really got into doing that. I thought about it at one point, but I was like, I don't know if I really want to make the commitment to having to review every single game that they send you, you know, having to put a valid amount of time into it at the time. And then, so now I'm getting into doing it, and I'm doing it for games that I decide that I want to play, and then I make up reviews for them, and then I'll post them to my, to my YouTube site. But I'm doing it completely out of pocket. Like it's a game that I want to play, that I'm interested in, I go play it and then I review it. Either I liked it or I didn't, and I explain why, and then I move on. I'm not getting any copies free from anyone. I'm not being sponsored in any way by any of the companies that I am doing reviews for. Being in debt is bad. I mean, not if you look at the average American. The more in debt you are, the better you are playing the game, which probably explains the 36 or 32 trillion dollar deficit that America's in right now. That might be why we're so upside down. I don't think
You know, it's funny. Like everyone under the age of, I'm gonna say like 50, pays me in Venmo or Cash App or something.
Yeah.
But I still get tons of checks from my older customers.
Yeah.
And I always laugh about it because it's like, what the fuck is this? Why are you handing me a check?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I gotta be careful about how I show this, of course, but this is my checkbook right here. And I mean, I have had, let's see, there's actual checks, there's, I don't know, maybe 10 left in this book. This is the first checkbook that I ever got with the bank account that we have just before Nell and I got married. So it originally had 50 checks in it, and I still have it. That was over 10 years ago. So I don't really write checks or anything that I don't have to. The instant that we got to the point of being able to do, online bill pay and stuff like that, I instantly switched over. I hate carrying cash. I haven't carried cash on me in, 20 years, 25 years. Like I don't like carrying cash at all. And that's that is one benefit of, kind of like futuring technology and kind of like where some part of technology has just kind of gotten rid of a crime. So it's like people don't get held up, walking down the street anymore. Like there's not as many panhandlers that'll come up to you and ask you for cash, and there's not as many people mugging you on the streets because people don't carry cash anymore. It's like that's one of the benefits of not having to carry cash. That's really nice. So yeah, I mean that's a big thing. But yeah, when it comes to like checkbooks and stuff, it's like, yeah, like my mother still writes checks. She's used to the old system that debit cards had when they were first introduced, which was it's like, this is an alternate to your checkbook, but we charge you every single time you use it. And my mother's like, I don't care if it's a 10-cent fee. I'm not giving money to somebody to slide a card when I can just handwrite a check and it doesn't cost me anything extra. The one thing that she seems to fail to remember is she had to actually pay to order those checks. So I mean, when you order checks, it's like, $25, $35 to order a box of checks. And so it's like, you're paying a fee regardless. And she just didn't think about that. Same concept of how people can't stand the thought of being tracked by the government, yet they carry a cell phone around with them, which always knows your exact GPS coordinates and has a microphone and a camera that arguably could be activated at any given moment, but you don't want to be surveilled. It's just, like people just not thinking about stuff. But I mean, even in today's day and age, for the most part, if you go out of network on a cash machine, you might get charged some money. But otherwise, debit cards don't get charged anymore. They have a Visa or MasterCard logo on them. They can be used anywhere, and you don't get any extra charging. They're not charging you per transaction or anything like that to use that card anywhere. But she's still always just been petrified of using a debit card for whatever reason. So when she goes to the grocery store, she still writes a check. And I'm just like pulling my hat down over my face. I'm like, I don't know her.
Funny enough, the reason why you don't get a charge anymore is because
the merchant is because they went Visa MasterCard logos where the merchants it was already designed for merchants to be paying that fee.
Yeah, we pay anywhere between 1% to 4% of every transaction, depending on.
Yeah, and if you want to argue even more, she's actually at a deficit now, because what do merchants do when they get extra fines or fees on things? They mark up the prices of their shit. So now she's going to the grocery store, paying for a box of checks so that she can write a check because she feels more comfortable about it because that's what she knows. And then she writes a check to buy a product that has been marked up because that company is getting charged for other people to use debit cards. It's like, so she's basically getting doubly charged for it. So it's like you're paying for the checks and then you're also paying the fee for using the card by purchasing an item that the price has been increased. I mean, you could argue that it's like, well, it's been marked up a very tiny amount. She's paying a very tiny portion, but it's still more money, especially when her argument is, I wouldn't even, you know, use a debit card if it was for 10 cents difference. It's like, if that's your argument, then just use the debit card.
Yeah, the debit card is a better way to go, personally speaking.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, anywhere you go, if you can give volume, I mean, there's volume discounts in anything. So Warfarin's argument is super interesting conversation about Visa. ... I'm thinking he's being facetious, but he says, did you know that Walmart pays a lower percent than Joe? Totally anti-small business. And that's because they have a ridiculous amount of throughput. They have volume. So Visa gives Walmart a volume discount. Here's my...
Yeah.
There's a
I'm charged
sleeping place or
3% per transaction, but they're charged 0.5%. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're
because-
still getting way more money out of that company than they are out of you, but it hurts you more. Yeah, Warfarin basically just said this, that we were saying the same thing at essentially the same time. It hurts the average Joe more, which in this case is Joe, the average Joe. You should start your own. You should seriously start your own streaming and just call yourself the average Joe.
Yeah, I like being your sidekick on your stream. It's fun.
But yeah, no, I think it is complete BS. I mean, there's a whole lot of things that are really nasty on small companies. Like, for example, I didn't know this at the time. Twitch had changed its policies from the point that I originally looked into becoming an affiliate with Twitch to when I actually became one. So as I was getting close to becoming, originally you had to own a business. You had to have a business license so that the money that you were getting paid through Twitch is taxed because the US government doesn't like it when you make money and don't pay taxes on it. Excuse me. The issue that we had before was you had to have a business, because Nell got into doing this several years back and was going to try to become a professional streamer, and she got to the affiliate point, but then we never got around to getting a business license for it because we didn't know, how well she would continue to grow or anything else. And then eventually she started getting tired of doing it and just kind of stepped away from it. So I guess at the end of the day, it worked out. But when I decided to start doing this, I was like, well, I'm just going to keep doing it, and I'll either be successful or I won't. I don't give a shit. It's actually just fun to do. Who doesn't enjoy getting on and having a captivated audience where you can just spew nonsense and people listen to it? I mean, it's a pretty big ego booster for a lot of people, I think. but anyways, I knew I was going to be continuing to do this even beyond, and I was like, well, I'll go ahead and get a business started before I get to that point, because it takes a little bit to create a business and then get all of your paperwork in so that you can turn it in for tax purposes to Twitch. So I was like, well, if I already have the business up and running, when I get the offer for Twitch affiliate, I'll just be able to enter the information and quickly be inducted in, and it won't be a problem. Unfortunately, what I found out later was they have changed Twitch to where you can do it off of your own personal social security number now. So you do not have to have a business to be an affiliate with Twitch anymore. You can give them your personal social security number, and all of the taxes can be filed that way, and you're just basically listed as a contract employee, or a private contract employee. So I didn't know that at the time. I went and created the business. Here's the interesting thing about the business is I'm still very small time, and I still have very few people that that are. I'm growing the base of people that are watching me, but the number of people that are actually supporting me, it's an LLC. But
That's right. You can't sue him, bastard. You won't
yeah.
win any money.
Yeah. But the thing about there's some other joke in there that I'm not quite getting, but Warfarin doesn't do anything that's not a jab at me, so. Yeah, Nell also points out that he doesn't do anything that's non-sexual innuendo, so it's like I don't know where he was going with that, but the fact that it wasn't pitcher or catcher, I'm oh, Q-bait. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, to me, QB is quarterback, so it was a yeah. Nell says she thought it was quick battle. So, but anyways, I got this this business started, and this kind of leads back into the being bad for small businesses. I have a very small amount of income that is coming in from this. I mean, we're talking tens of dollars a month. So I'm making big bucks here. But it's one of those things where just by having to sign up for a small business in the state that I'm in, there is a $175 yearly minimum that I have to pay to have this business license. It's considered my taxes, and so if I pay taxes, if the taxes exceed $175, then I don't have to pay this fee. But if the amount of money that I make, that is the amount of taxes that I pay in, if that amount is less than $175, then I have to pay $175. So that's just another one of those things where it's really bad for small businesses, because at the end of the day, the majority of small businesses, you're going to be running at an operating negative probably for your first year. Most small businesses are in the red for the first year, and then they start to build up enough clientele that they can actually start going into the positive. So
Average small business is in the red for the first 5 years. But this is also where, like, you get LLC, and you'll find out if you hire an accountant, but you get to claim a lot of stuff on deductions. So.
Yeah. Well, I can claim plenty on deductions, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't get rid of that $175 fee. That is a minimum required payment. The only thing that a deduction does for you is if you have paid in taxes, then a deduction says that it reduces the amount of money that your company, so if your company made $50,000, but if you spent $25,000 on a car for the business and it's completely deductible, then that makes it to where essentially that's a negative towards the amount of money that you made. You paid taxes on $50,000, but $25,000 of that was an expense. So the amount of taxes that you paid on that $25,000, you now do not owe that tax. That's all that does. So if I'm not actually making money, then deductions do nothing for me. And that's the problem, is I don't make enough money to actually have, from doing this channel, I don't make enough money to exceed that $175 a year that I'm paying taxes on. So the deductions are not going to get me out of paying that $175, unfortunately.
Oh no, yeah. I pay $500 every year for my business license. So.
Yeah. I mean, you're familiar with it. I've actually seen your business website. It's funny.
Oh yes, I am quite familiar with the business tax.
I actually think I tracked down a picture of you, surprisingly.
Oh yeah, if you look up my company name, you'll see my face on them.
Yeah, there was one that I saw where it looked like you were sitting in a car.
Yeah.
And for by the way, Warfarin, the place that I'm setting I think is irrelevant because I don't have music on in the game. I don't know. It's at 40. I mean, the likelihood of you being able to hear the music is very low because the master is at 50% and then music is at a 40%. So that's what, like a I don't know the exact math off the top of my head, but you're probably looking at like less than 10% of the volume is actually the music of where I'm setting. So, but I'm in the inn at Ratchet. So if you're actually hearing it, that's where I'm at.
But yes, you discovered that I am in fact a live human being, and I own a locksmith company. There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, I mean, most of this stuff I've known for a while, so.
I've never hid who I was. So.
Yeah. Sorry, I went to go run in circles on a different character. I was just running circles around the town, and I was like, well, I'll go play the hunter so that it looks like I'm actually doing something. And then I just started running circles on the hunter, and I was like, yeah, okay, this didn't really solve anything.
I figured you would.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not completely satisfied that Joe's not an alien. I mean, it could just be like Invasion of the Body Snatchers or something, so...
Potentially.
Yeah, that's... The jury's still out on that one.
Also, to be fair, I thought Joe would be like a 300-pound human being.
No.
I was like, I thought he was gonna be like this massive white guy. I was like, you're gonna be like.
Nell assumes that every single person that plays video games is a massive fat person because her brother played video games and he's a fat guy, and then she married a fat guy that plays video games. So once again, this all leads back to the whole concept of people think they are worldly, but in reality they live in a very tiny little world. So so she knows two guys that play video games that are fat, and so of course all video game players who are guys are fat now.
Well, I'm not saying that I'm a skinny person, but I'm also not morbidly obese.
Yeah.
The girl that I was friends with all my life, she's rather big, and she plays WoW, and her now husband is also rather big.
Yeah.
Like, everyone I know is rather big. Is that not way to say it?
As you stuff your face with pineapple. The only reason Nell is not fat and plays games is because she won the genetic lottery.
Hell yeah.
Like her dad is insanely skinny, and like there have been times where he has come to visit us, and he's basically lived off of ice cream while he was here.
Welcome to me growing up.
Yeah. So she got the genetic lottery there.
So
now it's slowly starting to slow down as I hit my mid-30s, but it's still there.
Yeah.
So circling back to your point, you actually did yourself a huge favor by getting yourself an LLC.
I love doing favors for myself. Wait, I thought I was going a sneaky way around here, and I forgot there was a lake.
This was a yeah.
Here's why. So what you're describing is that as a Twitch, you are a 1099 independent contractor for them. But the issue that you're going to run into, and this is where things can get fun, is that if you're not a licensed business in the state you're in, and someone finds out what state you're in, they could then report you to that state, and it's $3,000 a day for every day that you're not a licensed business.
Yeah.
In the state you're operating from.
Well, as far as the federal government goes, I don't know what the state side of it would be, but the federal government, I would have been covered because the taxes are being reported, and I guess the code on what a streamer is considered is not exactly a business anymore. Because I don't know if it's just because so many people are doing it that they decided to change what it meant to be a streamer. But yeah, I don't think it's required here to have a business license at all. Like it's not required through Twitch whatsoever anymore. The federal government doesn't care.
So the federal government doesn't care,
you have to get
but
much
your
closer
state,
to the camera, they can't really see that.
The federal government does not care, but in my state, for example, they care because, you are classified as an independent contractor, and this actually came up because of Uber.
Yeah.
So Uber drivers are independent contractors, which means that they don't technically need a business license, except if you are a independent contractor in the state I live in, they require you to have a business license. And so people were getting reported left and right and were having like tens of thousands worth of fines being levied against them by the state because they're like, even though you're an independent contractor, you still have to have a business license to operate in this state.
Yeah, there's also a lot of people that will run a small business, you know, or do something like be a streamer, and they just think they're tax exempt. It's like, no. doesn't matter how much money you make. If you are making money from a business, you're supposed to report it. I mean, arguably, I think you're even supposed to report things like if you have a car and you sell it, you're supposed to report that. Most people don't, but yeah, I think you can actually have fallback from that.
The amount of people that cheat and or lie on their taxes is just staggering.
Yeah.
But on the bright side, only 1% of people actually get audited, and it's usually people that are like, I have 10 children. No, you don't. Come on, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You don't. You're like 20.
Started early. With 7 different women.
Funny you should mention that. There was news that I heard the other day. A Twitch streamer was crying live on air because he saw that IRS levied his bank account for $500,000 in back taxes.
That's funny.
Because he didn't think he had to file taxes, and they're like, "Yeah, you do."
Yeah.
Of course. The fact that he A, had $500,000 in a bank account, and B, that didn't drain his entire bank account, like, he must have been a huge streamer.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
I mean, to be honest, once you start getting a little big, you can make a lot of money being a streamer. The problem is getting big. It's like the majority of the followers that I have on Twitch are fake. Like I think I'm somewhere around 600 followers, something like that. One night, somebody popped into my Discord and I got follow botted for somewhere around 450 followers. It was a lot. And, you know, of course we reported it because at first I actually thought it was like an attack. I thought somebody had just popped in and was just trying to like screw with the stream because of course, you know, it just kept popping up follower message over and over and over and over, and we actually had to freeze the stream and everything to stop it from doing that. And you know, I actually just had to freeze all notifications and then clear the queue. But like we didn't know what was going on, so you know, I reported it, and then afterwards found out that it was just some, like, I guess some random individual that just thought he was being nice maybe and popped in with a follow bot and got a whole bunch of people to follow. And, you know, Twitch sent me back a thing and, you know, said like, oh yeah, we'll investigate it, and as we ban the accounts, you'll start seeing your follower count decrease. Well, I've been kind of paying attention to it, and in my follower history, I can see where accounts no longer exist, like where they have found, you know, a bunch of these accounts and have banned them, but my follower numbers never dropped. So like I feel like it's almost kind of like, you know, if you buy gold in a Blizzard game, in a WoW game, and you get caught and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna take all your gold from you and all this kind of stuff, and then they ban you, but then when you log back in, all the gold you bought is still there. It's like it's like, did somebody forget some part of this process, or like what happened?
Not Horde, yes.
Yeah.
Horde.
Dude, we were just talking about you the other day.
Yup.
Your ears must have been fucking burning.
Which person?
Yeah, or some other part of you was burning. It's Laylath is here.
Oh.
Yeah.
I told him about that the other day. What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, definitely something, he says. But yeah, we're actually reviving the guild for Anniversary Edition. We're up to 42 members at this point. I think maybe 10 of which are alts, maybe. This is 2, 4, 6,
Hell,
8,
even
10, yeah,
Bloody was
10.
excited to be like, oh my god, we need to get Laylath back in here.
Yeah. So we have like 32 members right now. We're reviving the guild primarily for TBC. RDX is not playing right now. I did contact him. He is working a second job at the moment and trying to buy his first home. So hopefully he gets that worked out. I asked him about coming back and playing, and he said he would hop in Discord and in Twitch and stuff and kind of support, but that he just didn't have time to play the game right now. But then when he found out that Burning Crusade isn't actually coming out until like the end of the year, he said he would probably be done with his second job by then. He was just doing it to make extra money to look good for buying his home. And so he may actually be trying to come back and play, depending on how things are looking at that point. But yeah.
I'm excited for that. That's gonna be fun. The amount of shit talking we're gonna get is amazing.
Yeah, sounds good, Warframe. We'll see you when you get back.
You know, the best thing too is I'm ready to see his interaction with Layla, because they were always pretty funny. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Alliance
Rose.
Night Slayer. Which server is that? Is that one of the hardcore servers?
It's the PvP server.
Oh, it's the PvP server. I mean, that makes sense. Laylath was always much bigger into PvP than most of the rest of the people were.
Gross.
Well, if you decide to start playing Horde side and want to come and get involved, I know Warfarin is looking for PvP buddies for doing battlegrounds and shit like that with. So there will be no loss of PvP to be done here. Somebody's doing the escort. Dirty bastard. Oh, there's a dirty dwarf over here too.
Dirty dwarf. Oh, there's a human. I'm gonna steal this from them. Mine. Fuck you.
Right now we need pretty much anything. Like it's definitely a big waiting room at the moment. Also, Bumpin's back.
Yeah.
By the way,
Oh,
but yeah, we're like a lot of people are just playing random stuff because we probably have 6 or 8 people that are wanting to play things that they can't play until TBC comes out. Either they specifically want to be a Blood Elf or they specifically want to be a Paladin. I guess we don't have a quest to kill the Wyverns. I thought we did, but maybe that's the Alliance side. Yeah, we don't have many healers or anything like that right now. I think we have 1 tank in the guild, and then we have a couple of people that want to play heals, but won't necessarily be playing healers until they can be paladins. Rizmo's back. I think he's doing priest right now with the intention of healing.
and Nell's a healer. Those are 2 heals right now.
Yeah, I would love to get Clayta back. I liked him really well. I can't remember what his reasoning for quitting the game was, if he was just tired of the game in general, or if he was, if he just didn't like the point in the game that he was at. Like if he just didn't like, Kata and stuff anymore.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, no, I don't blame him in the least. I can't remember what his reason for leaving was. He hated Kata. Yeah, if he just hated Kata, he may be up for coming back. I don't know if you've got contact info for him or not, Joe, but might be worth
Someone message him.
looking into.
Someone message him. Oh no.
I would also like to get, I'm blanking on his name right now, the Ret Paladin.
Arcthurius.
Arcthurius, yeah. I would love to see Arcthurius back in here. Thorg made it back. He's here.
I'm gonna die over here.
Where are you at?
Trying my damnedest to fight as a healer.
I mean, Man, there's like all kinds of creatures between the two of us now. I thought you were with me.
Fuck that. I split off trying to go get eggs.
I mean,
I'm
there's
stealing it from this fucking dwarf.
there's tons of eggs up here, and there's no one else up here but me.
I'm having too much fun stealing them from the dwarf.
PvP Talbot mounts. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys did that when it was easy mode. Kith and I had to do that when that shit was hard.
Aw, Kith. Did anyone message him?
Now, Kith is still like in another country. I think he was in Japan or something like that for military stuff. So I don't know if he'll ever be back to WoW playing. Just wasn't in the cards for him. Yeah, I made it back down the hill, but
I got you, it's fine. Yay for stealth.
we
Oh god!
we need to go up the hill
Well,
because
fuck that.
that's where the patrol or the escort guy is at.
Mistakes were made. I put dash. I made dash that macro, so now it kicks me out of cat form if I'm already in it.
Mm-hmm.
So, there goes my stealth.
Yeah. Yeah, Thorg came back. He's actually been leveling pretty heavily. He's one of the higher level people in the guild right now. We're still currently dealing with Nell's weird schedule, so we're a little bit behind other people because I'm splitting between two different characters that I'm playing. Yeah, Thorg went with Warrior. I think he's going on 35 now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to follow me so we can go try to get this escort for somebody else checks it? Nell complains about me for losing focus, and she's over here screwing with Alliance, trying to steal eggs.
I fell off the hill. Hey, I have good reason to fuck with them. They suck. That's my reasoning.
Looks like somebody else has come up here now.
Go away.
No escort guy yet. Now let's see. Yeah, Thorg is 34 right now, actually. On play.
Doesn't know which way to look.
Yeah, Sinner and Bumpin' are both playing. Sinner is messing around with a warrior right now. It's also another one of those things where I think people's... here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Peace, friend.
I think people's classes that they play will change. Like, people are leveling something right now. We're going to try to have a raid team built for maybe AQ40, but definitely by Nax. And that's going to be much later down the road. So everybody's kind of leveling stuff to goof around with Classic for now, and then they'll probably change characters once TBC gets here. Because I'm pretty sure Sinner and Bumpin' both want to play Rogue once they get back to TBC.
Staying Druid. Don't care what they say.
Yeah.
Staying Druid. Sticking with one this time.
I don't think we have any Shadow Priests at all right now.
Well, no, like, it's us. We're not gonna ask you to go, okay, go Paladin, Shaman, Priest, no way. Enhancement, no Elemental. No, like, we don't do shit like that. Not to you.
Flavor of the month.
To Kazram, we've done that, but he's different. He's special.
Yeah.
He's special.
But mainly all I've ever done is like, okay, enhancement, no resto, no enhancement, no resto this week.
Yeah. And see, if it was just like Ellie Resto, I probably wouldn't have a problem. But
Let's be real.
enhancement was rough.
Ryan the Green and those dudes did not know what they were doing.
30 warrior MC run. Yeah, that's kind of common. I think the top clearing team, they didn't have 30 warriors. They had 21. They had 21 melee. There were 3 rogues and 18 warriors, and they did a 17-minute clear. I think is the top on this server right now.
Oh, that's awesome. Here's the problem. This thing is PvP flag. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, we'll just kill them. I mean, if the Alliance are over here, they're leveling, and 2 of us should be able to kill one of them.
Hopefully.
But yeah, we're not probably gonna get crazy doing stuff for Classic, because Classic is just a joke anyways. The fact that you can even do a 30 warrior raid team and be successful is ridiculous. So it's like I don't have any interest in catering to that kind of stuff. But yeah, once we get into TBC, we'll definitely be a hardcore running group again. And since I've already gone through all this stuff fairly recently, I have a no fucks given attitude about this time around. We're not fucking babysitting anyone. And if the guild doesn't work out because we don't have enough people, because I keep kicking out all the retards, then we'll just be done. But yeah, we're changing up the looting system. Loot going forward is going to be similar to what we had before, but it's going to have weekly reviews, and it's going to be changed. People will get loot based on performance and not solely on just making sure that the loot is getting evenly distributed. If you are a better player, then you're going to get better loot.
You did?
And it's like the tiebreaker on if 2 people are performing really well is going to be tenure with the guild. So don't play whatever Kazram's playing, because he's been here longer than I have. So
That's one reason why I didn't go shaman. I can't compete with that. Has got mad skills.
Yeah, me, Neld, Kazram, and RDX. Original. Well,
yeah, but the
original-
big difference is
And Rismo.
Risma's only been here since the very end of TBC.
Yeah.
RDX and
I mean, like we had a lot of turnover, like in Wrath. So those are the only
Of the
people that
original
started
people,
Wrath.
of the original people that started.
yeah,
this,
loot's better
You and me.
there too.
You and me are the only ones left now, because Asmo's gone and Bad Blue quit, and
And
we picked
Abito
up.
sucked.
Yeah, we picked up RDX
Come in.
and Kazram week 2 or 3. I don't remember which one.
Yeah.
We were
Yeah, I can't remember when.
Wayward Soul.
Yeah, I can't remember when RDX and Kazram joined. Like, I think both of them were here before I started playing with you guys.
It was week 2 or 3. We were pugging a lot of spots, and it's funny enough. That's how we got RDX, is because he just came back to the game.
Yeah.
He was in a guild called Brendan Fraser's Bay.
Oh, I remember that.
That's hilarious.
And funny enough, that guild went under, and they merged into
What?
Vibe.
A guild with a name like that?
Yeah. So when he came back, he was like, "Oh, hey, yeah, I'm looking for a group."
Yeah.
Well, we're looking for people.
Are you talking about the one you were in with us, Lalith? Critical Mass?
We went by Critical Mass. We got in with Indecent Exposure.
Yeah.
We were Wayward Souls.
Now
And
we
then
are Bloodlust.
Yeah.
So we started as the Devil's Brigade, and then we switched it to the Wayward Souls because Ryan decided to bash me into the ground.
Yeah.
And then he bashed Wayward Souls into the ground, so then we integrated with Indecent Exposure. And then he tried to get Kevin to kick me out of Indecent Exposure.
Yeah, that didn't work well.
And really, like, that's why I want to play TBC, because TBC the first time
Heroic
around...
Algalon, yeah, exactly.
TBC the first time around, for me, was mainly being harassed by a guy who did not like me, so...
Our poor guildmates were getting kicked out of groups, and 5 bands and stuff. It was rough.
Hard mode Algalon, we'll have everybody create alts, and we'll do a druid only run.
But yeah,
Druid only Algalon kill.
I'm already set.
Hilariously, that Druid guild is on this server.
Oh, that's
The one
funny.
The All Druid Guild?
Oops, all Druids, yeah.
Oh my. There goes Matiste.
Full furry raid, which he's like, I'm done.
Yep.
Alright. Go back,
You just
get
see
the rest of the eggs.
Matiste SG quit. My druid name is taken? Well, yeah, because you took your druid name with a warlock.
But, I mean, to be fair, he didn't. He misspelled it.
Ah, okay. I was also gonna say, I keep thinking about using the Fairy Fire spell all over again, or like over and over, and I'm like, I think of me grabbing you by the tail and flinging you at enemies. And it's like, here, have a riffraff. Riffraff just flings to the boss's face.
Armor shred, go. But yeah, we're also going to run 2 raid teams this time around as well. We'll have a progression team and a feeder team. Especially since GDKPs are outlawed on these servers, more people will be willing to commit to raid teams. So I think it'll be a lot easier to recruit.
Damn, how am I gonna make all my gold?
Some other way.
Go dance in the crossroads as a
Yeah, I was gonna
naked
say
cow.
there's always the Goldshire Inn.
People can pay me to put my clothes back on my Tauren.
But yeah, we've got a decent number of people that have come back. Like everyone that's in this guild, save 2 people, are either people from the Wrath Guild, the Wrath and TBC Guild, or they're people that were in that guild that went to SOD and met people over there, and then some of the SOD people have come over here. I don't know how many of them will actually end up raiding. Like, I think they're just kind of hanging out in here for something to do. But I mean, it's still people that are keeping the numbers up, making it look like we're populated.
Fairfire's only level 31?
He's had homework all week.
Oh, lie. He probably said the game's too hard and decided to quit again.
If he thinks the game is too hard as a warlock, he needs to quit.
Tried leveling to 10 as a druid. Worst experience of my life.
I mean, you gotta remember, I don't think Fairy Fire really started playing until Wrath. So, I mean, leveling was fucking easy then. They had significantly cut the amount of experience required to level. They had gotten rid of almost all of the elites that spawn out in the world, so every quest was just a normal quest.
I kind of miss it already.
And then the overall just player creep on, you could just go and pick up piles of stuff and do well.
Detach your head. That would make so much sense.
Oh yeah, well, that's funny. Yeah, leveling in Classic is slow and very boring.
I want to be 60 already.
I mean, you find it fun because you've never actually done it before. It was fun the very first time I did it too.
I'm just really looking forward to finishing up this talent tree and being able to put some talents into actual healing spells. Right now I'm considered a DPS. Painful.
I think we're going to be doing Razorfin relatively soon. We were talking about doing that yesterday. We'll probably be doing Scarlet Monastery after that, hopefully sometime tonight, but it may not end up being tonight, I don't know.
I'm gonna stay up until we can do it.
Yeah, it depends on how the levels continue to go.
Die.
Keep an eye out for the messenger. I'm plus 3% chance to hit with two-handed weapons, and I don't feel like it has increased at all. Like, I still feel like I just miss constantly.
You're not supposed to get a new weapon anytime soon, right?
I'm supposed to have already had one. I was supposed to have one from BFD at 26.
Pass me your weapon. Trade me your weapon.
Minor impact. That's
Something.
exactly what it will be, a minor impact.
Yep. But I need more enchanting levels too, so.
That's valid. Razorfin's somewhere in the late 20s.
Let's see. Razorfin crawl 29 to 38. So Matisse wanted to be at least 30.
Well, but here's the question: what level is Razorfin Downs? Is that the one that goes up to like 40 something?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 37 to 46.
Okay. Have we leveled since we've been here?
I don't know.
Trying to decide if we should be going back and trying that ad again.
That kitty cat. Yeah. I have a better idea for how to deal with it this time, but only slightly. My idea is to ask Kid General if anyone wants to fight it.
Yeah.
So I
That was
have been reaching out to people, but I have been running into one issue. A lot of the people that we used to play with exclusively Alliance do not want to play Horde.
That's fine.
Sucks to be them then.
Sucks to play the inferior faction, but they can do what they want to do.
Mhm.
I was a team player. I despise Alliance, but I played it.
Yep.
It's a bit weird to be like, oh, you're playing Horde now? I only play it.
Yeah, that's a
At
little
least they
strange.
deny it.
It's like I don't want to play with people that I know that are cool because they're playing the wrong faction.
I want to vomit in my mouth a little bit every single time I heard "for the Alliance." Like, fuck you. Fuck you and your Alliance.
Wesna from SOD is one of the people that's like that. She's like everybody needs to just quit playing Horde and come over and play Alliance, and everybody's like, nah.
Yeah. Hard pass.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I've seen things from the Alliance side. Like, I'm with you. It wasn't a very fun experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think Horde play is just better all the way around. Like, I like the zones better. I like the quests better.
And we get Bloodlust.
Yeah. Now when I call for Bloodlust,
God.
we'll actually get it.
Why can't I run this fast all the time?
I don't know.
Well, and what's
Jesus.
hilarious
Fat cow
is
is
that
what-
by Wrath, Horde have the better racials, which is why Horde tended to be, you know, really world first more often than not.
Yeah. Everybody's too wrapped up on pretty races. It's like, just play a Blood Elf. They look better than Night Elves anyways. Night Elves are stupid looking.
I would have to agree.
Lanky ass things.
I used to be really jealous of anyone that got to play as a Blood Elf, but as I've gotten older, I'm like, I just love my Tauren. I just love my big cow.
She identifies as cow. Don't you moo at me.
I will move because I can. This is the
Well, what-
only race that actually moves. It makes me so happy.
One could argue that the Horde
Like Steel
are the
Snap is dead.
Horde are the monsters of this story, and a lot of people have a problem playing the antagonist. But me, I love it.
Yeah.
Like, I will be the villain all day. Thank you very much.
You evil laugh.
I look at Horde as being the repressed group. We're fighting for freedom here.
And
So
funny
true.
enough, when they, like, there is a theory that each race of Horde represents a certain group of people that were oppressed by the colonizers. Like, if you think about it, trolls closely resemble Jamaicans, and that was a, you know, group enslaved for sugarcane production and stuff.
Yeah, cows are Native Americans.
Another group of people that were done dirty things.
Yep. You failed to move.
Ooh. Look, you filled it. That was yours.
No, I picked that one up on purpose. It's almost dead.
I picked up this one then. Snarl or hurt.
No more parries.
I are a good tank.
That's good. Somebody here needs to be a good tank. It's not me.
I know that it probably is impossible, but that is another thing that I would argue is that in the War Within, Alliance and Horde can raid together. I think that it would be an interesting thought experiment to do that in Classic.
Yeah, I was coming from EverQuest. I was not a big fan of the two faction system because EverQuest had factions, but that just determined what cities your character could enter. It didn't stop you from playing with people from those races. So I really did not like the two faction system at all. EverQuest didn't have quite the I guess the passion for PvP that WoW does. Like it wasn't really focused around PvP at all. Now they did do some cool things later on with PvP, but yeah, having the two faction thing and having absolutely no way to communicate across faction, I didn't really care for that. It artificially limited the number of players that you had to play with, and I don't like that concept. Saw that one running fast up there. I thought it was the messenger, just after somebody. Wait, did they die?
What?
There was a...
Like a player?
Oh wait, is that... here's Steel Snap. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
I was like, don't get that guy. Never mind.
Alright, this is gonna suck.
Yes, it is.
As long as I get it dead.
Yeah, it's almost dead.
I'm gonna get healing aggro from this. Go away. Out of mana. Finish it fast.
Yeah.
Alright, got that runner by the way. He was getting ready to pull.
Yeah, we should be good. Steel Snap's dead and... That's impressive.
They both got it at the same time.
It's really funny that these things in particular make you run insanely fast compared to any other fear in the game.
Yeah, that was Can it just like send me in the right direction next time?
Yeah.
Please? Alright, I'm sitting and drinking while you're doing that.
But yeah, there were two of these like Coltars, the centaurs that came over the hill there. Oh wait, oh there's the messenger. Grab it quick.
Where?
Behind. Ah, somebody else got it.
Where'd he go?
Someone else got it.
Oh. Alright.
Right there.
What is it?
Whatever. Oh, okay,
We did.
We got it. I thought they waited until they actually killed it before they took the invite. I was like, what a prick. But it worked out.
His name is Onk.
Honk. Nice.
I will say, like, I almost never got help when I played Alliance. Horde side is way more accommodating.
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily Horde side versus just the caliber of player that plays for this version of the game. I mean, this version of the game is going to get far more original WoW players than any other version of the game, and it was just a different breed of people that played the game back then.
People actually wanted to do shit.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't feel like the help was any less in Classic at playing on the Alliance side. Like, I feel like people were very helpful on the Alliance side during Classic as well.
You like pass another player, and if they could give you a buff, they'd give you a buff.
Yeah.
It's the same way here.
Yeah, so I don't really feel that it's necessarily that Horde is better as far as people being helpful. I think it's just the era of the game. By the time we get to TBC, you'll see people that start to peel off, you know, that are from the older crowd that, you know, had a different it was a different perspective on games. I don't necessarily hold it against the younger audience that are playing these days that are a lot more selfish, because it's just the way that games developed. So people that got into games later developed different opinions about helping people and about doing things than the older crowd did. And not to say that there weren't people that didn't help with stuff. not to say that even back in the old day there weren't people that didn't help with stuff. I mean, that happened a lot back then too.
It hurts a lot less than he did last time.
I think we're higher level because he was red the last time we tried this.
Yeah.
And this druid that is currently tanking is higher level than me currently, so
Yeah.
makes a big difference in the amount of damage.
Hell yeah. Ugh. Human paladin. Spit on you.
Yeah, like I said, Fluid, the concept behind why people seem like they're nicer in classic era stuff is just because you're getting much more of the population is the older crowd that played classic when it was vanilla, like originally back in the mid 2000s, and it was the people were just different back then. I mean, you can say that about any aspect of life. People that did something in a specific time are different than the people that are doing it today. So those people are the ones that, you know, would come back for this content, but then they'll slowly start to bleed out from being uninterested in the direction that the game went, similar to how they did, you know, at the beginning. If people played base WoW and then didn't like TBC and quit out, they're probably going to do the same thing. If they come back for one of the versions of Classic and TBC hits, they'll probably be like, eh. I mean, even like with us, we played through Classic for, you know, all of Classic, and almost everybody was like, yeah, Kata sucks and we're not going to play it. And then we decided to give it a go, and, you know, we did as much of phase 1 as we could handle, and then everybody was just like, I just don't want to play this game anymore. Kata just sucks. So we all, you know, everybody started kind of falling off.
Kata did suck, to be fair.
Yeah, I didn't like Kata at all.
The only thing that I really enjoyed was the fact that shamans got chain lightning, then could just like do it over and over and over again instead of having a 10-second cooldown. It was glorious.
Yeah. Double parry on cleave. Amazing. I don't know why I just tried to bleed that dude. They don't bleed. What I want to know is why why a water elemental can't bleed. Can I just pop a hole on him and all the water drains out? I mean,
Ow.
I'm missing constantly. I can't get any rage whatsoever because I can't fucking hit.
That's a leak, not a bleed.
Yeah, it's a leak. Yeah.
Alright, what the fuck do these things look like?
There's one right over here. Really large. Really large.
Oh! Yeah, I see it. Stand over here so you can get raid.
One could argue that bleed is a type of
Yeah. That's valid.
Getting rage better now?
When I'm getting hit and when my hits are connecting, then yeah, I get rage fairly well.
Try not to get in melee to lower the amount of aggro. Apparently, I don't even take aggro reduction thing.
I just, like, the thing that I don't understand, I mean, because these things are same level. So, I think to have 100% hit chance, isn't it like, it's somewhere around 6%, right? Like, I'm not too far off on that, 5-6%, because normally you want to go to, well, I guess that's for special attacks specifically. I think that's probably where the problem's coming in from. I think for same level, you only need to get about 6%, and then when you're fighting bosses, you want to go to 9 because they're 3 levels higher than you. But yeah, I mean, it's just like the number of attacks that I have that miss. It's like, how do I have a 95% hit chance, but then I miss like 3 attacks in a row? It's like, I should have been struck by lightning more frequently than I have been, compared to the number of times that I missed 3 or 4 hits in a row, statistically speaking. Yeah, they should be kind of all around the outer edge, but there's an upper area, if I'm not mistaken, that I can't remember if it's on this side or the other side, but there's a big pool up above, and I think they can spawn in the water as well.
Be good.
How's your leveling coming along, Joe? What are you, 32? It's not too bad.
Oh, that's right. I can't bleed him. Oh no.
Druids are just worthless on these guys. You can't get behind them to shred, and you can't bleed them. You're just done.
Holy shit, that hurt. Oh my god, these hurt. Help.
There you go. Mocking blow.
Keep your healer alive.
That's never been part of the arrangement. The healers keep everyone else alive. There's never been any contract for keeping the healer alive.
Well, I think there should be now. I need an adult.
Does that sound reasonable, Matisse? Do you agree with that? There's never been a contract for keeping the healer alive. It's only the other way around.
No, unreasonable.
There's several plants in the water here. Grab 'em.
Are there? Okay. Oh, I thought you were grabbing them, sorry.
No, I'm killing shit so my healer doesn't die.
Thank you. Look at that, you're listening to me.
Even though I'm not a tank.
I mean, still getting healed by me.
So then one of those things that I always find amusing too is the number of people. It's like statistically looking at the numbers, you look at a raid right now and all the top end raids are like 30 Fury Warriors and 1 tank. Or 30 Fury Warriors and 2 tanks. So looking at the game at this point, why would you message a random warrior in a zone and be like, hey, will you come tank this thing for me? Because 95% of the time it's going to be a Fury Warrior. Or just a DPS warrior, someone who's not that is not a tank. Like the number of people that have messaged me and been like, "Hey, will you come tank XYZ zone?" It's like, dude, not a tank.
To be fair, they've also messaged me about tanking, and I'm like,
yeah, you're a druid. It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, you play a class that can be a tank. Clearly, you're a tank.
yeah, it's like, well, I mean, no one really wants druids as tanks, right, in this version. Like, it's all warrior.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, they messaged you for, I think, Wailing Caverns, which we did without a tank. I mean, we had you healing, and we went in with 4 DPS and just wiped it out.
I mean, we've also done, what is that other one? The one with Akuma. We did that one without Akamai. Yeah, we did that without
BFD. Well, I mean, but that was kind of cheating. We had 3 Frost Mages, so I mean, you don't need a tank when you have 3 Frost Mages. 1 Frost Mage can do any dungeon without a tank for the most part. Have a few problems with bosses here or there, but otherwise, don't really need a tank. But yeah, I mean, you can get away with a lot without a tank at the lower levels, but I would say probably starting with like Razorfin. I mean, you even saw like trying to do Akamai. Like if I went in and tried to tank it, even though I have decent gear, you know, armor-wise, like I'm not going with purely the maximum strength I can get. Like I'm taking strength stam gear and it's all mail. I'm not wearing any leather, so I have decent gear. I just wasn't in defensive stance, and that thing was just eating me alive.
It was.
So it's like, I mean, even with that zone, you're probably getting to the point to where if you don't have an actual tank, then you're gonna have a hard time, because I mean, you couldn't keep me alive like just spamming heals on me.
Yeah, that motherfucker hit hard. There's one behind me.
A plant.
Mm-hmm.
How close to being done are you?
I'm at 6. This is the 6th one.
Considering the dual spec is the thing I'm assuming, people are thinking that you're running.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that's fair. I keep forgetting that dual spec is in, but I mean, I think it's 50 gold. So messaging someone low level and asking them if they're a tank, it's like that's not necessarily reasonable. Granted, the server has been around for a while, and I potentially could be an alt, you know, so that's one thing. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily spend 50 gold on one of my alts for a dual spec. I would just level as what I wanted to level as, and then wait. That was weird. Somehow I was like floating in midair, like I had water walking or something, but I didn't. I jumped on the elemental somehow or something. I don't know what happened there.
You heard it here first. First, he became
Post? Yeah.
Yes.
What's it out of? How many are there? 10 you gotta collect? No, I wanna go up.
I'm not a mountain goat.
Could have been. Here's one. All that to keep from having to swim.
Alright.
Swimming was always so bad in this game. They really should have added a swimming skill, and then the more you would swim, your skill would go up, and then your speed would increase in the water. Like, really annoying having these slow swim speeds. Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, there's one over here on the beach.
I'll keep an eye on the water down here. Is there anything to fight?
No. Nothing. So how's Arathi treating you over there, Joe?
That was fine. Big open space for me to fear things into other things. It's great.
Yeah. Reverse kiting was always fun. Dot it up, fear it. Just kind of chill out for a while, let your mana regen.
Yeah, and I'm running the drain tank build.
Is it doing well? For leveling anyways, I guess?
Yeah, it's alright.
One over here is respawn. Careful about going through that way. There's a
No, he's
elemental.
getting splattered. He's gonna develop a leak.
Oh, there's one over here too.
Yeah.
This one's close.
Got an overpower and it missed. Overpower should be immune to miss as well. I think it's funny that parry is the thing that they have a less chance to do. Like when you get expertise, the soft cap is the parry cap, and then the the hard cap is the dodge cap, which is significantly higher, but I get parried far more than I get dodged. So it's like, if it's a lower percentage chance, why does it happen more frequently?
So, respawn over here. Yeah, there's two over here, actually.
One right here as well.
Oh, no. Will that be your last three?
No. I hadn't
Okay.
picked up any. So I mean, we're 6.
6, okay.
Still need 2 more, assuming I get both of these. Where was the other one you saw?
Right here. One out of the water.
I remember that quest. Those things are just fucking horrible with the respawn rate.
What was it?
I remember the quest you're on.
Oh, the plants, yeah.
Took me like 30 minutes to do it because the respawn rate was horrible.
Yeah, fortunately there's been other people over here and they're keeping the lower pools empty, so they spawn better. I have to go around, probably aggro this.
I don't like the scald ability. It makes it to where I can't cast.
You're screaming from being boiled alive.
Maybe.
Nope. Last one up here on the beach of Villas. Bubbling water. Get out of here, orc. See you.
Orc rogue. Ooh.
Don't see many of those.
They're the best ones to be trolls with, because once you kill somebody, you can do the little dance next to them.
The second character I ever played was an undead rogue.
Ooh, the evil laugh. The best thing about them is their laugh.
Actually, no, I guess that's a lie. That was the third character that I ever played. Second was a night elf hunter. First was an orc shaman.
Fierce.
That was the rogue. Yeah.
So you started as Horde, and then you went Alliance, and then you're like, what am I doing here? And you're back to Horde.
Yeah. Pretty much. I was a big the only reason I even played Night Elf Hunter was because when I played Warcraft 3, the Night Elves were my favorite race to play in the RTS, and I used primarily archers. So I was like, oh, cool! I can play the same kind of character, basically, that I played with Warcraft 3.
Yeah. So when I first played this in vanilla and going into TBC, I started because there was a friend of mine and he was a night elf rogue and just wouldn't shut up about this game. So I'm like, fine, I'll fucking play it with you, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
The first character I ever had was a human warlock.
Yeah, Warfriend, that was the right character, but the wrong spelling. F-I-R-C, fierce.
F-I-R-C, really?
Yep.
So fierce.
It was a name that I picked up in a different game
Well met.
because you couldn't get the proper spelling of it, and then I just stuck with it in WoW. Sorry, you were saying, Jim?
No, I was just saying that, like, you know. And what was hilarious about it is that this guy like talked my ear off to play it, and then he went to jail for parole violation.
Yeah.
So my first experience with WoW was this guy who like wouldn't shut up about it, and then 2 weeks into me leveling the warlock, he went to jail for 6 months because he violated his parole.
Wonderful.
But yeah, it came out in 2004. Yeah, that's what it came
Yeah,
out.
somewhere around that area. There's a name
Yeah.
over here we need to kill for a quest. If it's in this cave or if it's outside.
Arnak,
Yeah.
he's up top.
Top.
He's back where we did that.
Oh. The escort?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't go get that.
Wonder if we could like get above it and drop down to it so we can avoid all the other ads.
I don't believe so. That would require going through parts of Razorfin Downs, which is way too high level for us right now.
Damn.
Remember where the way up was over here? Find it.
I'm enjoying seeing all these Horde players. It does make me happy.
Yeah.
There's around 7,000 on this server, and then the alliance is like 12,000 alliance, so we are outnumbered.
Yeah. Although pretty much this entire guild doesn't even count towards the Horde numbers right now because none of us have logs for rating.
Right. Well, and it's funny enough, like, I'm being told from quite a few people, like, yeah, I'll come back for TBC, so I feel like there's a lot of people, a lot more Horde will be arriving when TBC drops.
I mean, but arguably you could say that about Alliance as well. I'm sure there's a lot of people that will play Alliance. I mean, look at the number of people that didn't want to come play with us because we're playing Horde, who will potentially come back to play, but they'll go Alliance. See the pathway up there? I think this is the one.
Oh, you want to go up top first?
Yeah, we'll go and knock that out. I don't know where that quest is turned in at, but we got 3 to turn in west of us, and then we're kind of getting finished up in this area, sadly.
It's better than sticking in the Barrens for fucking ever. I was getting really tired of seeing the Barrens.
I mean, we were in the Barrens for damn near 30 levels.
I know.
Barrens is a long time. I don't think there's any Alliance, any zone that you're in for Alliance that you're there for as long as you were in the Barrens. Free company mage.
Yeah. So true, Fluid.
Not seeing orange for once, yeah. One of those things that Blizzard was really bad about at first was just like basically monotone zones. It's like every zone is just like one color. Yeah, the parts quest over there sucks. That's why you just skip that one and do dungeons. Easy. How did we miss this guy when we were over here?
He was already dead.
Well, that and because we were helping that person and then wanted to make sure we got the escort, so makes sense.
Well, I think they had just killed it was the thing.
Probably.
Because he's a little bit past. Which is what we're gonna run into here, is they just took that escort. So, it spawns like right over here.
In the cave? Or, no, I guess it's like right here.
Yeah, we need to take out this guy. Here, it'll come back out after. Because he can, Fluid.
Stratholme, yes. Shadow Labs, I don't know. I've had to grind Shadow Labs so many times for rep.
Shadow Lab.
Yeah.
I haven't thought of Shadow Labs in forever.
I didn't do too much Stratholme grinding last time, so I wouldn't mind doing that a little, but especially live side, get those righteous orbs and sell them, make some money.
Yeah, Shadow Labs is a TBC dungeon.
Yeah, which one did we have to do every day for you now to get your totem?
Oh Jesus. The totem that never dropped.
Yeah, that was one of
Shadow.
the.
Oh, that was the one of the ones in the arena.
Yeah.
Mana Tombs.
Mana Tombs. That's like I know it was in
Every
the same
goddamn
place
day.
as Shadow Labs, but yeah.
Yeah. We did that every day for weeks to get her damn totem to drop it. It never did.
And it never dropped. And you know who it dropped for on the first try? Bad Blue. Guess who still didn't get to go at enhancement? Bad Blue.
Yeah.
I was so pissed off at the whole like trying to get that totem and I couldn't. And I was just like, you know what? Fuck this game.
I mean,
Done.
that's one of the things that I really hated about TBC was the drop rate on some of the stuff. I mean, I remember doing some of those dungeons for Hunter gear where we were having to run them 20 and 30 times before you would get something to drop. Like, it was just ridiculous. And that was for, like, the normals. Not even the heroics, just, like, trying to get some of the like, dungeon tier shit to drop. And you would just go in and run them over and over and over.
How horrible is this? I am a Tauren that is taking another Tauren's hoof.
I mean, how is that any different from a human taking a human ear?
I'd rather take an ear than a whole foot. Just saying.
Yeah.
An ear comes off fairly easy. A foot takes some work.
Foot comes off pretty easy.
I mean, you gotta hit it right in the joint. Gotta hit it right in the joint.
Yeah, if that's the case, you're not using a big enough axe.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to go and this is an interesting point to stop because we're talking about hacking off people's feet.
It's making him queasy. Don't lie.
Oh no, that is, like I'm not squeamish to it.
No, it's the great pumpkining for Joe. It's midnight.
Oh yeah, it's almost midnight.
Yes. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yep, we'll see you
Good
then.
night.
Man.
Who joined it? Oh, look at that.
What?
Layla's joined joined the Discord.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm sure Joe invited him at some point.
Trouble's here. Hide your ladies and your dick jokes.
Why would you hide him? He brings his own. The goose. For some reason, this says the goose, but what I read was fat goose. I don't know why. All right, it's level 28 time.
Yay! What percent are you right now?
96.
Me too. We are exactly the same now. It only took.
I don't
27
understand what happened that got you to catch up.
I didn't do anything special.
I wonder if I just started slowly getting less XP because we were turning in stuff that was green for me but yellow for you.
Maybe.
Just made the difference up or something. I also don't understand how we got separated. Oh well, we were separated because we didn't do the same beginning level stuff together.
Yeah. And it was also like Druid quest, warrior quests.
Yeah. I don't know if you have any druid quests available right now, but I have a warrior quest still, and I'm about to get another one, so.
I don't think I get another one for a while.
Yeah, because you just buy travel form, don't you? That's not a quest.
Yeah. That happens at 30.
Oh yeah.
About fucking time.
Greetings.
Time is money, friend.
How?
5 strength, 2 stamina. Oh wow. A pair of
Winds
Whoa.
be at your
Oh.
back.
defense.
Okay. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I didn't know that would happen, I'm sorry.
Right.
Or at least I had forgotten about that.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine
Okay, so I
upon
got a quest complete on that. Does it not turn in here?
Completed.
I know I got the complete, but where do you turn it in?
Did you not get? I got to choose boots.
The only quest that I turned in was, I think, was the one that I was already trying to turn in. Not. Maybe it auto turned
thing
in
says protect Canty Grey Cloud complete.
Looks like we got that turned in to have it anymore. So yeah, I guess it was an auto turn in there, actually. Sacred Fire. Oh yeah.
We'll go back to town, go turn in, and then go get some training done.
Yeah, well, we have turn-ins in Thunder Bluff as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably time to go back and train. I know I get a upgrade to overpower this level, so excited about that.
What's sad is I'm still not like. I put my food down and I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat my food here, and like I ate a couple of the toppings on it, and I'm just like, still not ready to eat it. So I guess I'm just gonna sit on it for a minute and eat it
like a
later tonight.
chicken?
Yeah, keep it warm. I would want a cloud serpent as a pet if I was a hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda cool looking. I've never actually had one before. Let's see, you have the old system.
Hmm?
This is what my guild stuff looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to go in and like turn that on and off. Like it defaults to the old system. they had originally, I think when they originally did the change in Classic the first time around, when they did the change in Classic the first time around, they enabled that guild window by default, and then I guess people were upset about it or something, and then they went in and changed it to where it disabled it by default. And then that pissed off even more people because they thought they had taken that guild window away.
Oh.
Because that's what Kaz was talking about the other night, was that he used the new window and then he logged in one day and it was back on the old window and he's like, what the fuck? And then he had to go in and turn it on. So
Poor Kaz.
I'm just assuming that when they put it in this time, it was automatically defaulted to not being the right one. Which means I need to go and check that. Classic guild UI. Uncheck.
What else is?
Yep,
Wonder
there
what
it
else is new that you can turn on and off.
I don't know. But yeah, I like this view much better.
Yeah, me too.
Plus, like the log view better for this one, like easier to get to.
Sunday, 2/23. We were founded. We're almost a week old.
Almost.
Oh wait, no, it's 12:03 a.m. It is.
Officially 1 week old. Officially 1 week old, and we have more guild members than half of the guilds on this server that have been here for months.
Everyone's keeping up about the same level too, so.
Yeah.
Except for freaking Cat. You kind of went off the deep end.
Well, I mean, once you can get in there and start soloing, you just go really fast.
Would be nice. Why didn't you play a mage?
I considered it just as a way to make money, just to do power leveling. I may actually consider leveling one up. I was thinking about trying to catch one up to Warfarino, and then he and I could just run around and duo dungeons all day.
Can I leech XPs?
No.
Oh.
That's what Kaz is for.
I can give you buff. I buff you long time.
Well, 1 week, why am I not 60 yet? Nice. But yeah, I may actually roll a mage next, and I think it would be fun to run around as Frost and do some shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna level my hunter next so I can take it and do like farming with it.
Yeah.
I think I'll get Kaz to boost it for me. Because fuck questing. I'm done. This is my only one I'm questing.
Yeah.
I'm never doing this again.
I don't know. I don't mind the questing as much. It's like the questing gets kind of too much when you start getting into doing a lot of raiding, and then your time's really tied up. But when you're not really raiding, it's really just not that bad.
I think I just hate questing.
That's possible.
Alright. Go stealth stuff, and then we'll move from here to TBC. Or
To TBC, that'd be a nice trick.
TB, Thunder. You said we have something to turn in there?
Yeah.
Oh
Quest, I
yeah,
think.
I see him.
Farewell.
Yeah.
The flight guy again.
Poof.
Gotta turn
Take me
around.
home,
Ah, I've
country
been
road.
expecting
Oh
you.
yeah.
We shall.
Honestly, I think my favorite area in Classic is Thunder Bluff. Because just Mulgore in general is gorgeous. It's one of my favorite places because it's mostly flat. It's all just grass. It's the ideal place that I would build a house in any other survival game that we play.
Yeah, pretty much.
So maybe the next survival game we play, if I find a place like it, I'll make Thunderbluff.
You could build Thunderbluff in Minecraft. That'd be pretty fun.
Is it now, Matisse?
Yeah, it's a cow fetish.
I'm gonna lock him up. Not you, Matisse, the cat.
No, she's talking about you, Matisse. Don't let her lie to you.
He's getting rather annoying. He's coming in here going, rah! No, the Automod did not like that.
Did not like what? Cow fetish?
Yeah, I had to permit the term.
Nice. And see, it's funny. It's not auto-modding out these idiots that come in here and do the spamming, but it auto-modded Matisse. I couldn't see his message until you okayed it. But then these idiots that are coming in here with these random like advertisement things that it's supposed to be auto-modding out, it's not getting rid of.
It's not getting rid of them because it's done like weird. They're doing like weird figures and stuff on their messages. I need to figure out if there's a way to make it do like any sort of variation of best viewers on.
We just need to limit it to where there's some limitations that you can do where, because to be fair, the majority of the people that come in here, very few people talk that are not followers.
Followers
So
only.
yeah, so I mean, like I know, like for Asmongold, for example, one of the things that he does is you can't talk in his channel unless you're a follower. It's like it doesn't cost any money, but you actually have to click the follow button in order to be able to talk, and none of those bots ever do that. So
You want me to do it?
I mean,
I can turn it on right now.
I don't know. I've been thinking about it. There's other options that you can do as well, but that was just one of them that I've seen done.
It's a very quick button press for me.
Yeah. But that being said, I think this is where we're going to call it for the night. It is my normal stopping time, so I'm going to get out of here. I don't think I've actually left the chair since I've been streaming today, so I need to get up and move around before I die from some sort of a vein thrombosis or something. But yeah, I appreciate everybody coming out and watching, and especially to those of you that have been participating in conversation. Makes things go by a lot faster and a lot more entertaining. Hopefully the political side of things wasn't too crazy for some people in here. We do get on politics from time to time on the live setup, so be prepared that may be something that we're talking about. We don't get crazy left or right sided, mostly just talking about love Joe politics though. Yeah. We mostly just talk about individual things that are going on and different ideas and ways to potentially do it better as opposed to trying to convince people to vote certain ways or things along those lines. But nonetheless, it's still politics.
But if anyone's bored and you guys are in our channel, we will be sitting in the guild channel for more chatting if anyone's up for it.
Yeah. If anybody wants to hop into Discord and BS, we'll still be in Discord after the show's over. But yeah, I think that's all we're gonna have for tonight. This is the end of the week for me for streaming. It is. I usually take Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off. So when I come back on Wednesday, I'm sure I will be leveling the hunter some more. Maybe I'll be doing a mage. I'm also thinking about doing a small, brief little window of streaming some Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. I know I told everybody a while back that at some point during streaming after they did their full launch to early access on Steam that I would stream that some and let people check it out. So I may stream that for a little bit just so that people that are on the fence about whether or not they want to buy it, you can see what the game looks like and kind of interact with it a little bit there. And if it's up your alley, then you can get in it, and if it ends up not looking interesting, at least you'll know at that point. So I may do that for a little bit, maybe half an hour. We'll see how it goes, see what the interest level's like. I haven't actually played it as far as actually logging in and putting any serious time in it for over a year. So a lot of stuff has changed in the game, and so we can kind of go through and explore the changes as a group. So I'll probably do some of that on Wednesday, and then we'll see. I do have a Wednesday night raid on SOD for AQ40, but it should be an hour or less, and kind of at the end of the night. So I don't expect that to be a huge impact on the show. But yeah, that's all we've got for the night. If you guys are new and have been enjoying the content, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure and hit that like and subscribe. Come back and see us. And if you're on Twitch, hit that follow button and come back and see us when we're live in the future. Thanks a lot for everybody's time, and we will hopefully see you guys next time. Have a great evening, guys.